All right. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still nothing. Still nothing. All right. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. 1, 2, 3, what do we got? 5. Very good. Very good. Let's see notifications. Ba, 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 ba. Serious chemical weapons. Okay. There we go. Let's see what we got. Can what is this? Can Gematria explain the Jay-Z Diddy allegation? What's the connection to the Trump admitting? What? Who is this? What is this nonsense? Provocative. What? Chaos will infuriate conservatives and enrage liberals equally? What is going on? What is this? You'll always inspire from the White House. I don't know what's going on. Alright, we can kill this. Wait. The day after Assad, no more Syria, Israel conquered the Hermon Mountains. Her response. The fall of Bashar al-Assad, the end of the axis of resistance. Your daily gravity, why the regime fell. I mean, I think Israel should have gone into Syria, conquered it, and turned it into Israel. That would have been the best, right? Because we know all the Arabs want to come live in Israel. So this was a great chance to turn Syria into Israel. I mean, let them have an autonomy, but within the Israeli legal system. It's very simple. Just like the Romans, every place they conquered, they turned into Rome. You became a Roman citizen. You were eligible to become emperor. You could go for an election and become the emperor of Rome once you were conquered. And your religion was absorbed into the Roman mega religion. That's what Israel should have done. The democracies are so weak under new management. The new face of Syria. What's next for SpaceX Starship? Way Plus. Are they saying anything?
More flights, but yes, Mr. Trump nominated him as the new
and combines are harvesting the crops on the field, right? That
What else? F has a continuous extension to AB if and only if F is uniformly CTS continuous on AB. Riemann and Ricci tensors. Yeah, I really want to study Riemannian geometry. It looks really important for many things. F-16 dodging SAMs. I mean, I don't know how realistic it is. Quantum entanglement exposing its key feature, Professor Nanoscience. And I don't think I'm. Oh, I am. Okay. Yeah.
Imagine a connection so profound that two particles.
Oh, it's an AI. All right, let's go to this one. Lex Friedman, Graham Hancock's response to his critics was legit. Who?
Video should suffice. For context, when it comes to this entire discussion, sometimes I agree with him, sometimes I disagree with some of his points. So I'm not a hater, I'm not a believer or a massive fan. I'm kind of in between, if you will. Let's check it out. I'm really curious to see how he faces intellectual challenge.
So Metatron is Italian and he considers himself to be a historian, but he never heard of Gobekli Tepe? How's that even possible? How can you not know? Like, I know every rock in Gobekli Tepe. I'm not a historian. He never heard of Gobekli Tepe. I don't know what to say. So I wouldn't call myself a historian or anything similar. Gobekli Tepe is the first human settlement after the Ice Age, from probably around 15,000 years ago. This is way before Stonehenge, before the pyramids. This is thousands of years. This is more than 10,000 years probably before the pyramids. The pyramids, when are they from? I don't think it's 5,000 BC. 5,000. I don't think it's 5,000. The pyramids are not 5,000 years old. Stonehenge is really it's not very ancient. Anyway, Gobekli Tepe is the first, and it was the first multiple times. So,
So to me, the story that we've been talking about is both exciting if the mainstream archaeology narrative is correct, and the one you're constructing is correct. Both are super interesting because the mainstream archaeology perspective means that there's something about the human mind from which the pyramids, these ideas spring naturally. You place humans anywhere, you place them on Mars, it's going to come out that way. So that's an interesting story of human psychology that then becomes even more interesting when you evolve out of Africa, Homo sapiens, how they think about the world. That's super interesting. And then if there's an ancient civilization, advanced civilization that explains why there's so many similar types of ideas that spread, that means that there's so much undiscovered still about the sort of the spring of these ideas of civilization that come. I agree with Lex. It is fascinating regardless of how you look at this. So to me, they're both fascinating. So I don't know why there's so much sort of infighting, but
I think it's partly territorial. I think that I can't speak of all archaeologists, but some archaeologists feel very territorial about their profession, and they do not feel happy about outsiders entering their realm, especially if those outsiders have a large platform. And I found that the attacks on me by archaeologists have increased step by step with the increase of my exposure. I wasn't very interesting to them when I just had one minor bestseller in 1992 with a book called The Sign and the Seal. But when Fingerprints of the Gods was published in 1995 and became a global bestseller, then I started to attract their attention and appear to have been regarded as a threat to them. And that is the case today.
That's the part that I'm interested to see, because again, I'm kind of new to this whole Graham Hancock situation and his theories and hypotheses. What I find interesting now is when he says they attacked him, does he mean ad personam, or does he mean that they were attacking his arguments? Because if they're attacking arguments, I imagine that it might depend archaeology by archaeologist. Archaeologists attack his arguments, that's absolutely fine. At the end of the day, with your hypotheses, you are attacking their arguments. So anyone who attacks his arguments but doesn't attack the person, I wouldn't even consider to be anything but the natural systematic basis or prism of intellectual discourse. But of course, if people attack him directly, then that might be a different scenario, clearly.
That is why Ancient Apocalypse Season 1 was defined as the most dangerous show on Netflix. It's why the Society for American Archaeology wrote an open letter to Netflix asking Netflix to reclassify the series as science fiction. It's why they accused the series.
I mean, Netflix, if Netflix were to do that, they would have to reclassify as science fiction and fantasy. In fact, so many shows that they have published and endorsed, I don't think they're going to do that. Although then again, I haven't watched it. So now I'm speaking, maybe if I watch it, I will think, no, this is sci-fi. I don't know. So at that point, perhaps I'll have to make more episodes. But as of now, I'm speaking at face value.
Anti-Semitism, misogyny, white supremacism, and a whole bunch of other things like that. It has nothing to do with anything that's in the series. It was like, we must shut this down. This is so dangerous to us. It's certainly not dangerous. There are many more dangerous things in the world than a television series.
Yeah, okay, I do sympathize with that because, of course, people accuse me of white supremacy anytime I challenge anything that's been pushed, even if it has no intellectual or documented basis. So I do sympathize with that. White supremacy, bigot, and woke are terms that have been misused so much these days that I honestly just roll my eyes whenever I hear them. And yeah.
I don't know what's going on. All right.
Put on one of my videos and tell you about the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox, sometimes shortened as the EPR paradox. Now, I'm going to keep this very simple and very basic, consistent with the theme of these videos, to explain things in simple terms. So if you are an expert in this, look away now. It's not actually an issue that I'm particularly well schooled in, but I shall do my best to explain it in simple terms. There will be no mathematics. The Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paper was written in about 1935 and 1936, written by Albert Einstein, Boris Podolsky, and Nathan Rosen. And essentially, they were challenging whether quantum mechanics had got it right. At the time, quantum mechanics was about 10 years old. I suppose you could say that the originator of quantum mechanics was de Broglie, who had postulated that particles, like electrons, could also be regarded as waves, and that they would have a wavelength given by lambda equal to Planck's constant h, divided by the momentum, which for an electron would be its mass, multiplied by its velocity. And that he postulated in 1924. It was a radical suggestion because it made the notion that particles, which had always been thought of as matter, could somehow be thought of as waves. And it was Davison and Germer who subsequently showed that you could get diffraction patterns from electrons, and you can only get diffraction patterns from waves. Schrödinger picked up this idea in 1925 and developed the famous Schrödinger wave equation, and you can see lots of information on that in my other videos. The Schrödinger wave equation and all the theory that was developed from quantum mechanics was demonstrated to be a correct analysis simply by looking at the spectral lines of hydrogen, where those lines precisely agree with the electron transitions within an atom. In 1927, just 2 or 3 years later, Heisenberg came along with his famous uncertainty principle, which is usually written as delta x, delta p is greater than or equal to h bar over 2. What this essentially means is that within quantum mechanics terms, in subatomic terms, there are certain quantities that you can't measure both at the same time. In this case, it's position and momentum. You cannot measure the position and the momentum of an electron at precisely the same time. If you measure one precisely, the other is undetermined. And that is also the case, for example, if you take the spin of a subatomic particle, let's consider an electron, that will have a spin which will be in any direction, but the component of that spin in, say, let's call this the y direction, the component of that spin will either be up or it will be down. Those are the only 2 options. And the component of the spin in, let's call this the x direction, will either be that way or that way. Those are the only 2 options for the components. Now, what Heisenberg's uncertainty principle says, you cannot both measure the y component and the x component at the same time. If you measure one precisely, the other is completely unknown. The concepts of quantum mechanics were developed in a number of places, but in particular in Copenhagen, where Niels Bohr and a number of colleagues were working to develop the theories. And we get what's often called the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, which essentially says that in the quantum mechanical world, things are uncertain and unpredictable until you measure them. Particles have a wave function. Now, it's important to make this clear that we are not saying that lots of electrons become a wave. We are saying that every individual electron is itself described by a wave function. And it was Max Born, who has the honor of also being the grandfather of Olivia Newton-John, who made the postulation that if you take the wave function and square it, or more accurately, if you take the wave function multiplied by its complex conjugate, that was a representation of the probability of finding the particle at that point. So if this is a graph of the wave function against position x, then the wave function squared gives the probability of finding the particle at x. But you have no way of knowing where that particle is. You only know the functionality of finding the particle at that point, multiplied by.
Why would you mention that he is the grandfather of Olivia Newton-John? Jesus. Like, I'm trying to concentrate.
Who made the postulation that if you take the wave function and square it, or more accurately, if you take the wave function multiplied by its complex conjugate, that was a representation of the probability of finding the particle at that point. So if this is a graph of the wave function against position x, then the wave function squared gives the probability of finding the particle at x. But you have no way of knowing where that particle is. You only know what the probability of it being in a particular place is until you measure it. And when you measure it, if you find the electron is, for example, here, you actually locate it at that point. Then what the Copenhagen interpretation says is the wave function collapses. What they mean by that is you can no longer have a wave function because the wave function is essentially describing the probability of finding the electron at any of these points. But you know where it is, you just found it, it's here. So there can no longer be a wave function. It collapses into a single point because that's where the electron is. Now, a further consequence of the Copenhagen interpretation was that if you get 2 particles that essentially derive from one common source, that they are what is called entangled. That is quantum entanglement. So if, for example, you have, let's say, some energy, and out of that energy you get pair production, let's say you get an electron.
Oh, energy. I thought he said emoji.
And a positron produced from energy on the principle of E equals mc squared. You've got energy, you can create matter and mass. Then what the Copenhagen interpretation says is that that electron and that positron will be entangled. This means that the properties of one will influence the properties of another. Let's give an example. We usually say that the electron moves across to the laboratory run by Alice, and the positron moves across to a laboratory run by Bob. And they are each going to measure the electron or the positron spin on the, let's say, the y-axis. That was here. So they're going to measure the coordinate of the electron spin or the positron spin along the y-axis. And remember, that can either be up or down, but there's absolutely no way in quantum mechanical terms of knowing in advance what it's going to be. You can measure it, but you cannot predict it. Now, the point is that if Alice measures the spin of the electron and finds that the spin is up in the y direction, then it must follow, because of entanglement, that the spin of the positron in the y direction will be down. And that has been experimentally verified. The 2 particles are in some way linked, so that if you find that this is up, then this one will be down. Or if that had happened to be down, that will be up. You've no way of knowing what they will be before you measure them, but as soon as you measure that one, you know what that one will be. And the reason for that from the Copenhagen interpretation is that where you've got one system producing 2 particles, they do not have an individual wave function. In fact, they have a shared wave function. And what
This is where the nonsense begins.
the Copenhagen interpretation says essentially that this is a superposition of wave functions. These 2 particles contribute to one overall wave function. And that's the reason why they are entangled. And that's the reason why you can have this certainty that if one of them is found to have an upspin, the other will have a downspin. Now let's consider exactly the same.
No, that's not nonsense yet, because you can interpret it in at least 2 ways. You can interpret it as spooky action at a distance, or as hidden variables.
Situation, I'll draw it again. We have something like maybe energy, and it gives rise to an electron and a positron, and it goes to the labs of Alice and Bob, and Alice measures the spin of the electron in the y direction and finds that it's up. It could be down, but let's just for the moment assume that it's up. She had no way of knowing that before she did the experiment, but it turns out that it was.
It's always 50%. Alice measures 50% consistently up.
We know that therefore when Bob does the measurement, he will find that it is down. But let's suppose that Bob doesn't do that experiment. Instead,
This is already, who is this? It's not Bell yet. It's somebody else. Who made this? Who is it? Who is this?
that if one of them is found to have an upspin, the other will have a downspin. Now let's consider exactly the same situation. I'll draw it again. We have something like maybe energy, and it gives rise
He doesn't say who's suggesting this.
to an electron and a particle. She did the experiment. But it turns out that he doesn't do that experiment. Instead, he measures the spin of the electron in the x-axis. Now, it can either be that way or that way. But if he were to find out that it were, if he did the experiment and he found out, for example, that it was that, he would also know from Alice's experiment that the coordinate in the y direction
This is the EPR paradox. This is a violation of the Heisenberg uncertainty.
would have to be down. And that would mean that he would know both the y direction and the x direction coordinates. But according to Heisenberg, he can't, because that's the uncertainty principle. You cannot know both the y coordinate and the x coordinate at the same time. What that means, therefore, is if Alice measures the y coordinate of this electron, Bob can measure the y coordinate of this positron, but he can't measure the x coordinate of that positron, because if he did, he would then be able to know both the y and x coordinates. And according to the Copenhagen interpretation, that's not allowed. So here's the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox. How does that positron know what is happening over here in Alice's laboratory? If Alice doesn't measure the y component of this electron, Bob is entirely able to measure the x component of this positron. But if Alice measures the y component of this electron, Bob won't be able to measure the x component of that positron. How do these two particles know what's going on? Well, there are two possible explanations. One is that the two particles are somehow
Right, I'm not following. Right, this is where this is the EPR paradox, but I'm not following.
communicating with one another instantaneously. And this could be across the whole universe. You don't know what's going to happen to these two particles. They can fly off and travel enormous distances. But the implication of quantum entanglement is that each is keeping in touch with the other to make sure that what is happening to one has a
That's obviously nonsense.
consequential effect to what's happening on the other. But that would mean that information would have to be transmitted instantaneously, that is, faster than the speed of light. And that
So I heard a lecture yesterday that Einstein predicted this in 1909. He said quantum mechanics is going to lead to entanglement, to the universe being connected in some magical way.
breaks the rules of special relativity. The other alternative option is that somehow when these two particles are born, when they are created, they have a kind of form of, I call it DNA. They have some information within them. It's called, the technical term is hidden variables. They have information embedded within them that will govern their behavior such that they always act in a way that is, as it were, complementary. But my word, they have to have an awful lot of information hidden away inside them to govern.
You don't have to, you don't need that. I don't know why everybody keeps saying that. You don't need that. Bloop, 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 bloop. Why is it so slow? You don't need it because of this explanation. So you have an electron that is pointing towards the upper half of the universe, and that's why it's always going to be measured up. So, but if this guy's pointing towards the upper half of the universe, we know that A is pointing at the opposite of B. So if A is pointing towards the upper half of the universe, therefore B must be pointing at the bottom half of the universe. Right? And this is always true. You can, right? As long as you agree to this rule that when we measure, right? This is just a Stern-Gerlach experiment. So we know statistically that half of the particles are going to go up and half are going to go down. Why is that? Randomly, they're all pointing spherically at any direction, at an arbitrary direction. But statistically, half of them are pointing towards the upper half of the universe. And since the Stern-Gerlach apparatus, the way it works is that if the spin is towards the upper half of the universe, therefore it will go up. So this particle will always go up as long as it's pointing towards the upper half of the universe. But particle B is always pointing at the opposite direction, so it's always guaranteed to point towards the bottom half of the universe. And because it's a Stern-Gerlach experiment apparatus, particle B will always go down 100% of the time. That's a simple and mechanical explanation of this experiment. You don't need hidden variables. You don't need anything. This is very straight, and it makes perfect sense. This is very sensible. I'm not saying anything that is not sensible. It makes sense that if the particle is pointing towards the upper half of the universe, it will therefore go up, and therefore the other one must be pointing at the bottom half of the universe, therefore it will always go down. This explains the data. So I don't know why no one brings this up.
Every single
I've never heard anyone discuss this. I've never heard anyone discuss this explanation. Actually, no one discusses any explanation. I've never heard anyone discuss this explanation. This is so weird. I mean, the Stern-Gerlach experiment was discussed at length. But I don't know why this is not discussed. Really, I don't understand it.
eventuality that might happen to them. They have no way of knowing when they're made what interactions they're going to have with other particles. For example, a positron probably won't live for more than a fraction of a second before it meets yet another electron. And when it meets that electron, it will annihilate and form energy again. How does that electron here know that its entangled partner no longer exists, and therefore there's no need for any entanglement? Either through instantaneous communication, which seems impossible because it would mean traveling faster than the speed of light, or through some kind of hidden variables or DNA embedded in each particle, which seems highly unlikely because A, it would mean that you would have to have a huge amount of information embedded, and B, you have no way of knowing of what the future holds in terms of interactions with other particles.
What do you mean, huge amount of information? What information? I don't know. I think they usually mean the response to any measurement. How will they respond to any measurement? I think that's what they mean.
So that's the paradox. How do we know? How does one particle know what's going on? Unless, of course, each particle knows what is happening to every other particle in the universe at all times. Now, that's not as mad as it sounds, because that is, in essence, what the Pauli exclusion principle says. In my video on atomic physics, I showed that the Pauli exclusion principle says that no single particle, you cannot have two electrons that have the same 4 quantum numbers, or we say are in the same quantum state. So, for example, I showed that if you have 2 hydrogen atoms coming together to form a hydrogen molecule, each of them will have a ground state. It's called the 1s level. Each of them will have a ground state. But as they come together, those states will have to separate so that they are at a slightly different energy level in order to obey Pauli's exclusion principle that says you cannot have 2 electrons in precisely the same state. And I also showed that when it came to copper, for example, where you will have billions of atoms and therefore billions of electrons in the outer orbital, which is the 4s1 orbital, that where you've got all those, these are all individual atoms with these ground states, you cannot have an electron in the same ground state. So the states have to, as it were, adjust themselves so that they form a band. And every one of these states is just slightly different in energy from the other. You see, what some people assume is that what you really mean is that no 2 electrons can have the same quantum number or can be in the same quantum state in a single atom. But that isn't true. Here you see 2 atoms of hydrogen, the ground states have to adjust. Here, billions of copper atoms, the ground states of the outer orbital have to adjust so that no 2 electrons are in precisely the same state. They will be just marginally different in energy terms. And the implication of this is that no 2 electrons in the entire universe can be in precisely the same state, which means that since electrons are constantly moving between energy levels in atoms, that somehow they have to know what energy level is still available for them to jump back down to, because they're not allowed to jump down to any energy level that is occupied by another electron anywhere in the universe. Now, how do they know that? And that's the essence of the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox. They either know it because they're all keeping instantaneously in touch with one another, which means information is traveling faster than the speed of light, or they all have an inherent DNA which governs their actions and the actions of everything else. But that would mean that each electron would have to carry a massive amount of information. Or, as some people now say, you just have to accept that in the quantum mechanical world, things are different, and you cannot explain them by the kind of rationality of classical mechanics. There has to be a reason why this happens, and of course science will continue to try to investigate that reason to understand. Quantum mechanics is very good at describing what happens. We still have to establish why. Well, I hope that's given you a simple introduction to the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox. I didn't want to get any more complicated than that, and it is very basic. Experts will probably be cringing, but I hope it gives an easy introduction.
When is this?
You've probably seen a lot of headlines claiming that quantum mechanics is strange, weird, or spooky. In the best case, it's unintuitive and no one understands it. Poor thing. In this video, I will try to convince you that the problem with quantum mechanics isn't that it's weird. The problem with quantum mechanics is chaos. And that's what we'll talk about today. Saturn has 82 moons. This is one of them. Its name is Hyperion. Hyperion has a diameter of about 200 kilometers and its motion is chaotic. It's not the orbit that's chaotic, it's the orientation of the moon on that orbit. It takes Hyperion about 3 weeks to go around Saturn once and about 5 days to rotate about its own axis. But the orientation of the axis tumbles around erratically every couple of months, and that tumbling is chaotic in the technical sense. Even if you measure the position and orientation of Hyperion to utmost precision, you won't be able to predict what the orientation will be a year later. Hyperion is a big headache for physicists, not so much for astrophysicists. Hyperion's motion can be understood, if not predicted, with general relativity or to good approximation with Newtonian dynamics and Newtonian gravity. These are all theories which do not have quantum properties. Physicists call such theories without quantum properties classical. But Hyperion is a headache for those who think that quantum mechanics is really the way nature works. Because quantum mechanics predicts that Hyperion's chaotic motion shouldn't last longer than about 20 years. But it has lasted much longer, so quantum mechanics has been falsified. Wait, what? Yes, and it is even news. That quantum mechanics doesn't correctly reproduce the dynamics of classical chaotic systems has been known since the 1950s. The particular example with the moon of Saturn comes from the 1990s. I'll leave you references in the info below if you want to see the technical details. The origin of the problem isn't all that difficult to see. If you remember, in quantum mechanics we describe everything with a wave function, usually denoted psi. There aren't just wave functions for particles. In quantum mechanics, there's a wave function for everything: atoms, cats, and also moons. You calculate the change of the wave function in time with the Schrödinger equation, which looks like this. The Schrödinger equation is linear, which just means that no products of the wave function appear in it. You see, there's only one psi on each side. Systems with linear equations like this don't have chaos. To have chaos, you need nonlinear equations. But quantum mechanics is supposed to be a theory of all matter, so we should be able to use quantum mechanics to describe large objects, right? If we do that, we should just find that the motion of these large objects agrees with the classical non-quantum behavior. This is called the correspondence principle, a name that goes back to Niels Bohr. But if you look at a classical chaotic system, like this moon of Saturn, the prediction you get from quantum mechanics only agrees with that from classical Newtonian dynamics for a certain period of time, known as the Ehrenfest time. Within this time, you can actually use quantum mechanics to study chaos. This is what quantum chaos is all about. But after the Ehrenfest time, quantum mechanics gives you a prediction that just doesn't agree with what we observe. It would predict that the orientations of Hyperion don't tumble around, but instead blur out until they're so blurred you wouldn't notice any tumbling. Basically, the chaos gets washed away in quantum uncertainty. It seems to... Today I want to talk to you about what happened when I wrote an opinion piece for The Guardian about quantum computing, how to explain what a qubit is, and decided against using the phrase that it can be in two states at the same time. What happens next, and what did I learn from it? That's what we'll talk about today. Going to change the world. Quantum supremacy has since been renamed to quantum advantage, but as you can see, it indeed hasn't changed the world. That I wrote this so briefly before the publication of the Google paper was of course totally entirely coincidental. Now, you can't write a popular science piece about quantum computing without explaining how a quantum computer works, and that normally involves pulling together a paragraph that no one understands who doesn't already know how a quantum computer works, but that has to give the reader the impression they understood it. This means you can't use words like superposition, Hilbert space, complex number, or block theory. Wait, don't wait, I'll explain what a block theory is in a minute. So, what I wrote was, while a standard computer handles digital bits of zeros and ones, quantum computers use quantum bits or qubits, which can take any value between 0 and 1. And when qubits are connected by quantum entanglement, such machines can rattle out computations that would take billions of years on a traditional computer. Though I'm pretty sure the phrase rattle out came from the editor because I'm not usually that eloquent. By writing this, I wanted to get across 2 points. First, the phrase that a qubit can be in 2 states at the same time, which you have probably read or heard somewhere, makes no sense.
The following is a very limited list of some of the proposed amendments that never left the halls of Congress. All acts of war should be put to a national vote. Anyone voting yes had to register as a volunteer for service in the United States Army. Making marriage between races illegal. Abolishing the Army and the Navy. Acknowledging the Constitution recognized God and Jesus Christ, the supreme authorities. Renaming this nation the United States of the Earth. An attempt to abolish the United States Senate. Oh my God. Victims don't hold hostages. Yeah. U.S. woman 20 accidentally stabs Eritrean 64 to death during struggle after he groped her at German train station and now faces 10 years in prison. Germany is holding a young American woman hostage and threatening her with 10 years in prison after she stabbed a migrant who sexually assaulted her. Jesus Christ. Yeah, basically, leftists don't want you to defend yourself. Not a woman, not a hero. Mhm. The yellow dot is Israel, and the rest are the Muslim countries. And this is after Israel gave away the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt. And they want to give away. Anyway, it's so stupid. Switzerland banned burqa starting January 1st, 25. There should be no face covering allowed. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, let's get back to business. I don't know what to do. All right. So the question is Jesus. The problem is that I'm not getting 1. At 180, I'm not at 1, and at 0, I'm not at 0. I need to be at 0. What happens when I don't do divide by 2? What did I just do? All right, that's done. So it's still not giving me 1 and 0. It's giving me totally the wrong shape, but also not, it doesn't reach 1 and 0. So what just happened? Oh. Okay, does this reflect this, right? I want to make sure that if it's pointing towards the upper half of the universe, it's up 100% of the time. There's no way around that. So the hidden angle minus the measurement angle how could it be bigger than 360? I guess the hidden angle could be 360 and the measurement angle, I don't know. Anyway, so the difference, this is the difference. The absolute value is the difference. That's fine. So that's the difference between the angles. Okay, so let's say they're both 0. Then the difference is 0. The cosine of 0 is 1. So it's going to be up. But not 100% of the time. What is measurement angle on particle B? And this is the measurement angle. But notice that the particle this is so confusing. Let's imagine we're particle A. Particle A is always measured at 0. So 0, but hidden angle could be anything. But if the difference is almost the opposite, let's say the hidden angle is 180 and angle is 0. So 180 minus 0, that's 180. 180 divided by 2 is 90. The cosine of 90 is 0. But that's really, I should have another graph showing the measurements of A. What do they look like? This is B. So B is measured only when A is up. Anyway, But you can already see the problem because this doesn't reflect this analysis. And this analysis is very unhealthy because this says that, I mean, this is a discontinuous. You can see that this is discontinuous. It's a very unnatural function. So I fixed it, and it makes much more sense that it actually looks like this. So if particle A is pointing to the right, then it's 50% chance that it's up. No, it should be 0. No, it can't be. So what I was thinking, I mean, the problem with this shape is that it gives you a linear curve, which is not what the data shows. So really what I want to say is that mu times b, or dot b, mu dot b, mu is the spin of the particle and b is the direction of the measurement, of the electric of the magnetic field. So mu dot b is how correlated the spin and the magnetic field are. So at 0, if both are pointing up, this is mu dot b max. And towards when the spin is to the right, then mu dot b is minimum or 0. Which means it's going to be a flip of a coin if it's going to go up or down. And mu dot b is mu cosine b. Mu cosine theta b, where theta is the difference between them. So mu dot b is maximum here. It's 0 here. So here, randomness takes over. But as we point down, we might still show up as going up. But then, if we're particle A, then how can particle B know what we've decided to do? So Einstein says hidden variables. I don't like hidden variables, just too much to know. what if we say this is 0? It's not a flip of a coin. This will never go up. And so at the bottom half, it never goes up. All right, that makes more sense. So mu dot b is 0, but then mu dot b here is negative. Which means it's going to go down. So what is the meaning of being exactly in the middle? It has no meaning. It's a don't care. This is don't care. This is it's less and less and less likely that we're going to go up until it becomes impossible to go up. But this is neither up nor down. And then when you get over here, it's becoming a little bit likely to go down, and this is the most likely. This is 100% going down. All right, that makes sense. So it's not like this, that the probability is a constant until here, and then it flips to down. That's not natural. Instead, the probability slowly diminishes. The probability of going up slowly diminishes. Until mu dot b is 0. Once mu dot b becomes negative, because the opposite direction, then it's down. That's what we need to do. See here, we take the absolute value. We completely forget about the direction. So let's not take the absolute value. And not divide by 2. So the angle difference, the cosine of the difference, the difference is 90. The cosine of 90 is 0. What about the cosine of 91? It's negative. But the probability squared is going to destroy the negative. Oh my god. So yeah, I need to draw this on a piece of paper. This is very difficult to analyze. I don't know. I don't know. So it gets to 0, then it's negative, but the cosine squared destroys the negativity. Well, that's not good. Let's not. What if we don't square it yet? We want the probability up. If it's greater than random. Well, it's a little bit better. It goes to 0, and at 180, it's 0.8. So it's actually a little better. Did not expect that to be a little better. What about the other experiments? They're all independent. They all use the same class. This is actually arbitrary, this shape. It looks like it's consistent, but it's not. It's completely random. And that's not good. This should be 50-50. It's no longer fair. So that's terrible. And this is also terrible. These are the Bell tests. They should end up as 50-50. So it's unfair. I mean, because we're not squaring it, so it's not even correct probability. The square means that we have cosine squared plus sine squared, which is always 1. But once we're not squaring it, probability up. Why is it so slow? Why is it a straight line? It's always one. It's always up. Well, it says now that if particle A is up, then particle B is always also up. Well, that doesn't make any sense. So probability up is the cosine. Sometimes it's negative. So it's between, cosine is between -1 and +1. So this makes sense. I mean, the random is between 0 and 1, uniformly between 0 and 1. Probability is between -1 and 1. So is it bigger than a random number between 0 and 1? Then it's up. No, this is guesswork. I need to. What? He says that he tried calling me all of last week multiple times, but there's no. It it doesn't show up. How can you say that? What are you talking about? Is this guy insane? What day is today? It's the 9th. I don't know. This is weird. This is so weird. All right, you gotta call him tomorrow. What you see? Anyway, this is very confusing, but it should be very straightforward. There's nothing really. There's nothing strange about it. We just need to implement something like this. So if it points up, then it's up. But as the theta goes to 90 degrees, it becomes 0 up. And that's it. This should give us the exact same, this should give us exactly what we're looking for. There's nothing interesting about this. This is very straightforward. It's just that it's a little mathy to figure out the function that gives us this, that reproduces this phenomenon. But this makes the most sense. It's just mu dot b, but it's mu dot b, and then negative mu dot b is down. So if it's positive, if it's wait a minute, this is, wait a minute, this means that this is not always up. You can't say that the probability diminishes. The probability has to be 100%, and then it switches to down. You can't say that this gives you the probability of going up. This has to be 100%. You already have probability built in because the angle is probabilistic. You don't need the measurement to be probabilistic. The measurement should be guaranteed. It's either up or down. All you need to see is the difference between the angles. You don't care about, you don't need randomness. The difference all you need is to see, wait a minute, this should be actually very simple. So the correct model would be this. And all you care for is to ask, is the angle within 90 degrees or negative 90 degrees? Is the absolute value less than 90 degrees? So you take the absolute value, and you don't care about the cosine. And you don't need any random function. Wait, what? So the question is the angle difference which is an absolute value, is it less than 90 degrees? Is it pointing up, yes or no? That should be enough. This doesn't make any sense. The hidden angle could be anywhere. The pointing angle, let's say, is 0. Yeah, this would be very weird. So if the hidden angle, let's say, let's remove this. I don't know what this is about. So this is the difference. Is the angle difference should be greater than -90. Can you say something like this? There's no difference. At least it's 1. It's linear because this is the basically Einstein's hidden variables. Between -90 and 90 is 180. Could it be that I'm wrong? Hidden angle minus the angle. Hidden angle minus the angle. This is the spin angle minus the measurement angle. Mm. Hidden angle. Mm. Oh my God. What, the problem is, even if this works, this will give a straight line. And if this works, then this doesn't give 100%. When A is up, B is not necessarily down. That doesn't give us perfect correlation. So Einstein sat at home for 30 years and tried to figure it out, and he couldn't. Mm-hmm. He sat at home for 30 years and he couldn't figure it out. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This does not reproduce the data because this does not give us 1 and 0. Really? 1000. Mhm. So it's 25% and 75%. But as probability up gets closer to 1, it's going to be 100%. I want to see particle A. Can I see particle A? Can I copy this and let's try to do particle A. So there's going to be no particle B. And you only measure particle A. Oh, come on. So we're going to go through all the angles. We're going to measure A along every angle. Measure particle A at angle. Result A oh, what did I just do? So difficult to see here. So I don't care if it's up. So if A is up, then up count, down count. Probability up for particle A. Measurement angle on particle A Why does it have a shape? Yeah, it should be completely random at about 50, but it seems to always have a shape. Should be just noise. Yeah, 10,000 takes too much time. Mhm. So A is random up, random down. So we only care for A when it's up. Every time A is up, it's not really up. There's randomness thrown into the mix. And we tried to use the same random variable for both particles. We tried self-random. So when we create both particles, we're also going to create a random variable so that they share it. Anyway. Oh, we already have import random. So this is not healthy. So it's going to receive rand, 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 Why does it look so different now? Mm-hmm. It's because all 360 degrees are about the same variable, so there's less variance. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it still doesn't reach 0. At least it reaches 1. Mm-hmm. And if you want to decouple them, Now they're going to be decoupled, and we're back to the original. With less variance. Still from 0.25 to 0.75, same problem. So I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. This is it's going to remain a paradox. I can't fix it. I don't know how to fix it. Correlating and it's unnatural. It's this correlation is unnatural that the two particles will agree on a random variable. Two particles cannot agree. Yeah, I don't know what to say. So I don't know what to say. The two. Um, this is. It's got to be something simple. Particle A and B. I don't know. It's like they have to agree on the results. When we measure in opposite directions, they have to agree 100%. and that they agree I mean, when A is up, then B is perfectly down. But why is it not? It's not even close to 0. Yeah, mm. Mhm. Mm. So as we get closer to 180 degrees, it should stabilize on 100%. This is not stable. This is stable, but not at 100%. It's either 100% but not stable, it's linear, or curved but not at 100%. We can only get it up to 75%. Wait, can't we just manipulate it manually? Let's go back to angle A and B. This is stable, but it's 75%. Can we stretch it to 1 and 0 manually? What about rand over 2? Hmm. So it's It's getting closer to 1, but much farther away from 0. Basically, what you're saying is, as the angle, as probability up becomes 1, you want to reduce the randomness. The randomness the randomness it's like probability up the randomness should be a function of probability up. As it gets closer to 0 and 1, the randomness should get closer to 0 and 1. At 0 and 1, it should stop being random. I think we've done this before and also gave us straight lines. Probability up as it gets closer to 1, the randomness is too volatile. It's like randomness should be maximized at 90 degrees. So it's the sine. It's the sine. So randomness it should be self-randomness times the sine squared. So the randomness, take the original randomness multiplied by the sine squared of the of half the angle. Let's see. The angle, why half the angle? Oh no, this is self-right. This is correct. But this is not. So the randomness is weaker now. I don't know. Is it half the angle? No. Jesus Christ. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, but I want the angle. I want the randomness to disappear. No, this is. I want. Probability up. What if we say take the probability up. Right? Probability up is between 0 and 1. The sign of 0 No, we cannot talk about the sign of the probability. We have to talk about the sign of the angle. Probability up. The angle difference. You can't. You have to talk about the radians. No, and it's gotta be. Okay, they're decoupled. The randomness should be self-rand times the sign. But then the randomness is going to be 0 as it gets close to 0. We don't want that. It doesn't make any sense. The question is, why can't we force to get the shape of this curve? What if I tell What if I tell the particle, follow the red line. At 180, you should be stable at 1. And this is if you're being measured in the opposite direction to your spin, just be like this, be like the red line. Why can't I tell it to be like the red line? So let's have particle A. So this is true for both particle A and particle B. That it just always is reacting to the difference. So particle A, if it's spinning in the same direction, mu dot B, they're both spinning in the same direction. So particle A should always be up. So let's say this is the down of particle A and the up of particle B. So you should always be down, and if you're particle B, you're always up. And then this becomes the angle of the spin. If you're spinning at 45 degrees relative to the field, then this is your probability. if you're spinning at 90 degrees, then it's 50%. If you're spinning at what's 90 plus 45, it's 135. If you're spinning at 135 relative to the field, then you're 50% up if you're A, and you're 85% up if you're B. Why can't we just, and then just tell each particle, follow the red line? Why can't we just tell them to follow the red line? Just give them, instead of trying to create and then there's no difference. If it's particle A or B, there's no difference, and then they're correlated. Shouldn't that work? Shouldn't that work? Or am I missing something? So if I'm particle A, this is the difference between the spin and the measurement. If there is no difference, let's say so I'm always up. I'm up stable. So if you change the angle by a little bit, right, this is basically cosine the difference. The difference is 0, and the cosine is 1. Cosine 1 stable, even cosine squared. If the difference is 180, right, you don't want 180, you want 90. Then it's 0 up, so it's down. And right, they cannot depend on each other. So why shouldn't that simply work? Well, what's so? They're they're completely independent of each other. They only care about the difference in the angle, and then that gives you 100% correlation. There's no randomness. This is how they react to the angle. At this angle, it's a square. There shouldn't be any randomness. What is going on? Oh, no randomness. Well, let's go all the way to the beginning. If it's up if it's up. So there's no randomization. It's always up. Why is it always up? No. So particle A is always up and particle B is always up. The first step would be to recreate this for particle A because they're independent. There's no reason we should have a different graph. So you create a particle. With some random angle, some random spin. And you measure it along some axis. The difference, cosine squared, because right now it's always it's determinant, but it should be probable. It returns the probability. It's always bigger than 0. This is always now bigger than 0. And it needs to be bigger than a random number. So is it bigger than a random variable between 0 and 1? Jesus Christ. Oh. So over any, so you take this is particle A. It's completely randomized about 50%. It's always about 50%. Isn't this the mistake? it should be 0 means the angles are aligned. It should always be up, and at 180 it should always be down. So to create particle A with some spin, and then you measure it, let's say in the beginning about 0. Angles starts with 0. Angle starts with 0. The result at 0 should be always up. No? Probability up should be 1 at 0. It should always be bigger than any random number, because a random number is between 0 and 1. So there's almost never a case that it's not bigger than 1, not bigger than the random number. It's almost always bigger, so it's almost always up. It's almost 100% up, so I'm already confused. My God. Da-da-da. Oh my God. So this is already wrong. I think it's already wrong. Probability up. The angle difference is 0. The cosine of 0 is 1. 1 squared is 1. 1 is always bigger than any random number. So it should always be up. And the same goes for 180. So this is not the difference. This is the direction. This is not the difference. It's the direction. So that's why it's random. The difference, yeah. But we don't know what the difference is. The difference is random. At 0, the difference is random. when the difference, this is not the difference. This is the direction. Hmm. Okay, so oh my god. Mhm. I don't know what to say. So it looks like it should be doable. This looks so simple. It looks like almost insignificantly simple. This is not the difference. Oh my god. What else? What? What do you want? Mm. Can I change it in any way? Can I have any impact on this graph? This is from 0.25 to 0.75. So we're missing half of the graph. From points from 0.25 to 0.75, we're missing the first 0.25 and the last 0.25. So that's 50%. So that's just half of the curve. Can we stretch it somehow? So when we measure, let's say at 0, so particle A is down, but not enough. This is particle B. So particle A is up. Shouldn't we just reduce the variability at around 0 and 180? I'm always getting back to that. I want to reduce the randomness at 0 and 180. Reduce the randomness. But every time I try to reduce the randomness, at 0 and 180, reduce the randomness. From 0 to 180. This is the sine. It's just the sine of the angle. But reducing the randomness, does it mean reducing it to 0? No, it's always going to be up. I don't want to just reduce the randomness. The randomness is a uniform has a uniform distribution. I want it. What we're asking, is it bigger than a uniform distribution? As I get closer to 0, at 0, if they're perfectly aligned, then it's up. At 180, it's down. It's like the randomness should go from 1 to 0, not from 0 to 0. as it's closer, if it's aligned, then the probability up I don't know. It's like you need to be an expert, and I don't even know what. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Mm-hmm.
Everything we do is under fire. Elon Musk sits on Twitter every day, or X today, saying like, we are the media, you are the media. My message to Elon Musk is, bull. You're not the media. You having a blue check mark, a Twitter handle, and 300 words of cleverness doesn't make you a reporter. You don't do that by popping off on Twitter. You don't do that by having an opinion. You do it by doing the hard work.
Yeah, come on, slow clap, everyone. Whoa. First of all, I've got to say, extraordinary content. It needed to be said.
Yeah.
It continues to need to be said. When all of the garbage is flying around on social media, lying about reporters, lying about the hard work they do, lying about the hard work editors do, lying about everything up and down, about not only their alternative set of facts, but alternative set of facts about what people like you do. Or it's social media, people lying every day, every hour, every minute about the news. What you do matters. What the New York Times does matters. What the Wall Street Journal does matters. What Jonathan Lemire does matters. What the Financial Times does matters. What NBC News and MSNBC reporters do
Wait a
matters.
minute.
It matters.
Shut up. This is from 2 days ago, and it's now. Wait, why is it a gray check mark? Wait, who? Science Girl, Bob Eagle. Totally taken over numerous cities in a highly coordinated offensive and are now on the absolute demand, obviously preparing to make a very big towards taking. Yeah, this is like 1,000 years old. Anyway, this is. That's good.
We can see those chops.
Oh my god, it's hurting my ears.
Hello, sir. Hello. Madam. Police control.
Polizeikontrolle.
Sorry, not speak English. No speak
Sie
English.
sprechen kein Englisch?
Okay.
Es ist nicht erlaubt in Österreich, an öffentlichen Orten das Gesicht zu verdecken.
Okay, ich habe eine Maske, aber im Hotel.
Sie haben eine Maske? Ist sie krank?
Nein, einfach eine Maske in meinem Hotel.
Sie muss das jetzt hier runtergeben.
Jetzt?
Weil es nicht erlaubt ist, an öffentlichen Orten.
Nur eine Sekunde, gleich da drüben.
Nein, jetzt.
Ich habe ein Prospekt.
That's good.
ضحكي عربي اكيد. هذا مكتوب بالعربي كمان.
Okay.
Oh my god. Jesus. Alex Jones. Lara Logan? Who's Lara Logan? Anyway, I don't know what to do. I don't know. Very nice. Jesus Christ. 70-year-old. Oh my God. These guys are gone. Yeah, I was thinking it looks like him. Oh, I thought they were saying that they look the same. Wow. That's incredible. Why are we doing this when our own country is so deeply in debt? Largest donors of humanitarian aid worldwide. Gives more in aid to foreign countries than the next 9 countries combined. Yeah. Yeah, that has to stop right away.
Electric cars have really great traction control because the reaction time is so fast.
Right.
With a gasoline car, you've got a lot of latency. It takes a while for the engine to react, but for electric motors, incredibly precise. It's operating at the millisecond level. It can turn on and off traction within like inches of getting on the honest. Like let's say you drive a patch of ice, it'll turn traction off and then turn it on a couple inches right after the ice. In the frame of the electric motor, you're moving incredibly slowly. It can see at 1,000 frames a second.
Just that alone, for loved ones, you'd want them to be driving your car.
Yes.
I'm on board. Motors, dude, regular motors.
Electric cars have really great traction control.
Oh my God. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
How many refugees has Poland taken?
0.
And you're proud of that?
If you are asking me about Muslims illegal immigration.
Wow. Oh my God. Unbelievable. She's unbelievable. So dangerous. Yeah, don't threaten people. Don't threaten you're gonna kill people. Don't be stupid. After the sheep are eaten, they will eat you and your family too. You know?
What should I do?
Save America.
And?
Help Trump.
What should I do?
Save America.
Save America. Wow. Unbelievable. This guy is the best. Chapter Alai. When are you leaving? Oh my god. Unbelievable. Jesus help us. Miss Facto. So I went down the rabbit hole and Jay-Z and did anything going on. Never thought that this man could be a predator, but what do I know? Crazy thing that I found out. Who's she? Make consciousness multi-planetary. All right. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, I don't know what to say. It looks like something so simple yet so difficult to figure out. It looks so simple. Just get this to 100% and this to 0. What could be simpler? What could be simpler? Why is it so difficult to figure out? So this is the measurement at 0. This is not the difference. At 0, every time we measure the particles in the 0 direction, they usually point down, which is good, but not enough. They need to always be perfectly down. I need it to be more down. Be more down. How do you get it to be more down at 0? Notice that the spin could be in any direction, but this is B, so A is almost always up. The spin is in any direction. The spin is in any direction. So well, what if we tell the particle that a zero difference return 0. At 180 return 1. Let's just try it. This would be particle 2. So the probability is going to be a table. The problem is you don't return a probability. You decide if you're going to be up or down. You need to decide to be never up. This is what I don't get. It's the cosine squared so this is between 0 and 1. When it's 0, it should always be down. As it gets closer to 0, it should always be saying, I'm down. As it gets closer to 0, zero is never bigger than a random number. As we get closer to 0, it should get closer to always being down. The problem is, this is the angle difference. It's not the angle. Okay. All right, I give up. I officially give up. I don't know what else to say. This looks like something very simple. It looks like it should be very simple to resolve. As the angle gets to 0, the difference. Why are we getting this shape? Why are we getting this shape? What's causing this shape? And can we manipulate this shape by any? Is there any way to manipulate this shape? What's causing the shape? How does it know to have this shape? How does it know to have this shape? What's causing this shape? This appears to be a plot illustrating the simulation of quantum entanglement measurements. If you have specific questions about this graph or need an explanation, can you stretch it so that at 0 and 360 we get 0, and at 180. We get 1. To modify the graph such that probability is stretched to fit the desired range 0 at 0 and 360 and 1 at 180. Values need to be normalized and transformed to follow a sinusoidal pattern. The mathematical function of its earlier can be modeled as sine squared over theta over 2. Okay. If you have the data generated This code defines a particle class that models a quantum particle's spin state and measurement process based on an angle. Here's an explanation of how it works. The method uses to decide the measurement outcome based on Would you like to stretch the measurement results using the modification we discussed earlier? Or create a new simulation to achieve? Yes, please stretch. To stretch the measurement so that the result is 0, we'll modify it's exactly what I have. It's not changing anything. Code above stretches probabilities requested using the sine squared. 0. Num measurements, line space, probabilities, angle, particle, and 0. Wait, what? So the problem was just the probabilities? So it was perfect the whole time? Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, it's good to know that that's solved. Okay, then now run um wow. How is this Bell's test? At 45 degrees, no. What is it even doing? It creates a particle spinning at 0. We should never do that. Where's the randomness? Can we make? Oh, we can modify it. Okay. How can we step back? A little bit hungry. La 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 la. Yeah. Let's go back. Mm-hmm. The next step, they're going to integrate a development environment into this thing. Code review? Can I just run the code? What about just run the code? Why is it analyzing so slowly? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I don't want you to create. This doesn't make any sense. Where's the randomness? The randomness is only at the measurement, but it's always spinning at 0. Please create a Mm-hmm. Free plan limit GPT. Wonderful. Yeah, but this is actually very effective. So it's going to reset in 4 hours. Mm-hmm. Interesting. What is Get Plus? Oh, so there's no more $5. Wow. Mhm. Can I talk to Gemini the same way I talk to OpenAI? La 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 la. There you go. This doesn't make any sense. This is just... This is good. This is actually just one particle. If I say new chat, you've hit the free plan for responses. Will use another model until your limit resets after 6. This code. Two particles, opposite spin angles. Measure 1. No, I'm just going to give you the codes for the test. How do you just copy this? Oh, come on. So copy this. I don't have the ability. Anyway, what do you call it? The probability is basically from 0.25 to 0.75. It doesn't reach 0 and 1. Oh. You know, I don't expect the particle to change. Okay, good angles, good particles, good particle. Yeah, it's going to be the same. I don't see it. What? Is this real? Super cheap fighter jet? This is good.
When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, a decent respect requires that they declare the causes which impel them to and separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among these, life,
It's the same
liberty,
problem.
and the pursuit of happiness. To secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to establish new government. We therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, do and with the authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these United Colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved of all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved. In the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
Really the games that do the best. God damn these fucking Mexicans ruining my fucking show! Anyway.
He's got the leaf blower out now.
What the fuck?
I think they heard you. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Halsey Live. I am your host, Halsey English, and I'm here to talk a whole bunch of stuff's going on in the news today. I'm not going to do my Syria show until tonight. I promised everybody I would do a history of the Syrian conflict and what's going on there now. I will talk about it somewhat, but there's too much noise. They're doing construction next door to my house. So there's just too much noise for me to be able to count on the fact that there won't be pure background noise the whole time that I'm trying to do it. If you can, please give to the Streamlabs link or the Subscribestar link in the description. It helps me keep the show going and it helps me keep doing all the shows that I've been doing. Now, what's new in the world? As finally we get some really good news. Daniel Penny has been found not guilty on all charges. The jury originally hung on the manslaughter charge, which is disturbing in and of itself, and the judge and the prosecutor dropped it to maintain the charge of involuntary manslaughter before the jury. They changed the jury instructions, they changed everything, and in the end of the day, he still won out. He will be free to go at this point. Now, there's still a civil suit that's pending against him by the parents of the guy, Jordan Neely, the guy that he killed, or the guy who died, I should say. But who knows if that'll even go anywhere or if that'll even work. But needless to say, his ordeal isn't over, but at least he's not going to prison for this stupid shit. BLM, of course, is already making announcements that they're going to start burning shit down, but I don't know if they actually will. I think that's probably just them being stupid and wanting to make a point. They say that he killed Jordan Neely when all Jordan Neely was doing was asking people for some ginger ale, which obviously we all know is complete bullshit. And thank God he's free. Thank God he's able to leave and do his thing. And, you know, I'm sure that he'll get a lot of sponsorship and a lot of funding help for his civil lawsuit. And even the truth of the matter is, I don't know how wealthy he is in the first place. But even if they came, even if they did wind up coming against him in a civil suit and awarding a huge amount of money, he'll just declare bankruptcy. And he'll be able to walk it away. TFM doesn't come on the show every time I come on. He came on Thursday night. Thank him very much. And we do a Wednesday show together, and he does a Saturday show that doesn't involve me. So you're not going to find him here on a regular basis. This is my channel where we talk news. But I think this was the biggest kick in the face to the DA who's still trying to go after Trump, which is his name is Alvin Bragg. And I think that he's going to start seeing a lot of political pressure to drop all charges against Trump as well. Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, has recently come out for pro deportations. So who knows what's going to happen there? I'm mirroring your show on my show. Okay. That's fine by me, I guess. I don't know. Why don't you Twitter me or email me a link to your show so I can check it out at some point. I don't mind people mirroring my stuff. Let me think. What else is going on? Obviously, Syria is still kind of in chaos. The new ruling group, which is a loosely tied Al-Qaeda affiliate, kind of is now claiming that they're going to, of course, bring down Israel, and good luck with that. Israel has taken both sides of Mount Hermon, which is the biggest mountain both in Israel and in Syria, and they've already had half of it since 1967, but they took the other side as a security buffer. They're also about 14 kilometers into Syria. So yesterday Trump it's not a rumor. Yesterday Trump gave an interview, and they asked him what his priorities were on day one. And he said his priorities on day one were to pardon the J6 people, to end birthright citizenship, and to, I forgot what the third one was, to tell you the truth. But the thing that he's mostly getting press for at this point is saying that he's going to end birthright citizenship on day one. I'm not all that positive how he's going to do that. He also basically said that people that have birthright citizenship, if they're family members of illegals, he's going to deport them as well, whether they are now American citizens or not. So I don't know exactly how that works, and I would assume there's going to be a constitutional challenge to it. But all said and done, I mean, not bad priorities for day one. And I really hope he does it. I hope he comes in and immediately pardons the J6 people, and I hope that he immediately ends birthright citizenship. The thing with birthright citizenship, though, I just don't know how he'll do it. I mean, I'm assuming that he means he'll issue an executive order declaring the immigration agencies, to not recognize birthright citizenship in terms of deportation. But again, I have a feeling that if he tried to do that, it would immediately get challenged in court. And I'm not sure he has the legal, even if he gets a somewhat friendly judge, I'm not sure he has the legal background or the legal precedent in order to just end birthright citizenship. Now, he might. I mean, for all I know, he gets a friendly judge, but I have a feeling he won't be able to start making a move on that until the courts have ruled. Now, if it gets to the Supreme Court, which would be years from now, I would assume they would probably rule with him that there would be something like that. But that being said, I'm not sure if he'll have the legal precedent to do it. I'm pretty sure that if he were to do something like that, they would challenge him in the DC court, which is notably unfriendly towards Republicans or conservatives. Birthright citizenship is a result of, I want to say, the 14th Amendment. Give me a second and I'll tell you. I don't want to screw this up. Let's see. No, it's not that. Let's see.
Yes, the 14th Amendment.
16th Amendment. Give me a second and I'll tell you.
Return to sender.
Give me one. I just don't want to get this wrong, obviously. Let's see. 12, 13, slavery, civil rights. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was right in the first place. I just didn't read the whole thing. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. It's the 14th Amendment, and that's the operative part. It says in its plain language, all persons born or naturalized in the United States. It doesn't say born and naturalized. It just says born. So I would say that we're probably going to see that it'll be challenged. And as I said, there's a decent chance that it'll be upheld, that a person born. And what makes it even worse is, even if Congress wants to pass a law about it, if the courts rule that a person born in the United States is automatically considered a citizen, then they would need a constitutional amendment to change it, which in this day and age, you're not going to see those kind of things happening. Unless we continue to go really far to the right socially, and there's some kind of will to do it. I mean, I could see it being the kind of thing that in the future, possibly, if the momentum stays on the side of Republicans, that Democrats would get on board with too, because it'll pretend that it's doing something for immigration, but at the same time, it won't be doing much. I mean, the thing that they use birthright citizenship for is that if a couple, I mean, and they call them something like citizenship trips or something. If a woman is pregnant, her and her husband will come on a trip to the United States, and they'll stay here until she has the baby. And once she has the baby's an American citizen. That baby at some point can sponsor her for immigration, even if the baby has to wait till they're 18. But I don't know how exactly. It's called chain migration. I'm just not really sure how it works, because obviously no one's waiting 18 years after having an anchor baby in order to make immigration. What I think is they use a kind of flaw in immigration law that gives precedent to people who are relatives of American citizens, or for family reunification. Now, he might make an executive order that does away with that deprioritizes the family of American citizens. But at the same time, I don't, again, with Trump, it's he says he's going to do it. I assume he's been told there's a way he can do it. And I'm assuming he's going to do just that. It's just how that's going to be implemented. We won't find out until he gets put in office. I'm still trying to remember what the third one was. It was also pretty good. But I know he said he was going to detain the J6 prisoner. I mean, he was going to pardon the J6 prisoners, and he was going to end birthright citizenship. So obviously the left will gear up for a fight over this, but I don't think they have a leg to stand on in terms of regulatory. I think that they have a constitutional challenge they'll make in the courts. Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, is suggesting that he might, even though the state has a law in the books granting the city and state sanctuary status, that he's asking not only the court but the legislature for the right to interpret it the way he wants and still participate with ICE in the deportation of illegal migrants. Do you think we'll see a greater Israel by the end of the 2030s? No, because they have no desire for it. The only thing they have a desire for possibly is buffer zones in Syria, Lebanon, and Gaza. But even if they could accomplish greater Israel and conquer part of Syria, Lebanon, and the Sinai and part of Jordan, they don't have the population to occupy it. Plus, they would be unless they expelled all the current residents that are there, they would be taking on millions upon millions of new Arab citizens. There's no heart for it. There's no desire. There's no practicality to it. And they haven't tried. In the past, as the result of wars, they've taken land from invading armies. They took the West Bank from Jordan, the Golan Heights from Syria, and the Sinai Peninsula from Egypt. They gave the Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt as part of a peace treaty in the 70s. They gave the West Bank, Jordan has now officially stopped even asking for it. And they annexed the Golan Heights, which was recognized by Trump in 2018, I want to say. So, no, I don't see greater Israel being something they even desire, let alone can accomplish. As I said, if there was a way and a path forward where it would be something they actually want, then you never know. But I can't see that being something that is ever going anywhere. And what else is going on in the world today? as I said, most people are just really going crazy about what's it called?
Syria.
About Daniel Penny. Israel is saying that they've been bombing strategic locations within Syria to take out Syria's chemical weapons capability, because they don't want those weapons falling into the hands of lunatic jihadis, which makes sense. I don't know if it's possible, but, and of course, Syrian Girl is on Alex Jones right now, talking about how this is really the end of Israel and stuff like that, but nobody gives a shit what she has to say about anything. I would assume that they're going to maintain those buffer zones to the best of their ability. The buffer zones tend to have a bit of a negative effect and a backlash in when they establish buffer zones. The governments of those countries start moving more citizens towards the buffer zones. So it just puts more hostile citizens and more government bullshit on their radar. Let's see, what else? I'm trying to see if there's anything else going on in the world. Well, it just started raining. So you know what? I'm going to take off and wait a half an hour and see if I could do my Syria history broadcast at that point, because if the construction next door stops, then I'm able to do it. Have a great day, everybody.
My fellow Americans, tonight I am speaking to you because there is a growing humanitarian.
Somehow also my tax dollar. Somehow none of my tax dollars. Wow. Wow. Oh my God. Oh my God. Genius. How? Wow, beautiful. That is beautiful. This is terrible. Why a civilian needs access to something like this? What do you mean? Because the Constitution said so.
I believe in direct democracy. That's why I'm building an app so people can have directly a say here in the European Parliament. Since I came here, I put polls on social media to decide on important topics like, do you want Ursula von der Leyen to remain? Yes or no? I think making these polls was a great experiment to take into consideration what the people really want and to promote the idea of direct democracy. But it's true that these polls are in danger of being participated by people outside Europe.
Wait, Halsey's on my show. My guns are way better than military grade. Oh my God, that's funny.
Europe or by bots. But now with this app, there will be no such problems, as it will be much more secure and only Europeans will be able to vote. I envision this app to be a step towards the future, where citizens not only vote every 5 years, but can actually participate in everyday decision making and in the development of legislation. The first version will be available only in my country, Cyprus, and after we test it, we'll make it available for all Europeans. Let me know in the comments below what features and functionalities you want this app to have, and we'll try.
Yeah, I mean, if Elon can actually implement something like this for the US, that would be amazing. Especially for the president. You will be happier for it. As the owner, delete your news apps. Oh. Yeah, got it. If we don't fix the deficit, everything will suffer, including essential spending like the Department of Defense, Medicare, and Social Security. It's not optional.
We have a crisis in America, $36 trillion of debt, 7% budget deficit, unsustainable. It will bankrupt our children. It will end up making America look like Venezuela if we don't deal with it. And no one wanted to deal with it. No one talked about it during the, Biden didn't, Harris didn't, and Trump didn't really. And lo and behold, the first person who started chirping about it was Elon, saying this is crazy. We need to cut government waste. We have a crisis in America, $36 trillion of debt, 7% budget.
Am I dreaming? Oh, I'm living in my dream.
So, what? What? She's still here? Wow.
Yeah. All evidence.
Let me ask you this about
It's
January
amazing.
6th.
I wish you could be if you have such potential. If you could be just non-biased, you hurt yourself so badly. I'm telling you, they deleted and destroyed all the evidence. Everyone knows it. And you slough it off like it doesn't mean anything.
No, I'm just saying they deny it. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, if I did it, you would be standing up in that chair shouting at me. And you know what I'd do? I'd say, you got me. They have done something so illegal. They have a committee sworn to, and because it was so bad, the only reason they did it is because the testimony turned out to be in favor of me.
Yeah.
All evidence.
Let me ask you this.
Oh my God. Alina Habba will join his White House counselor. President liberals are losing their minds. Okay, so yeah, I don't want you to normalize it. Don't modify the display. Modify only the particle. Don't modify the display. What do you call it? The plot code. Modify only the particle code. You can't? Really? Hmm. What is it? So now everything is always one. No, then it's going back to the original. This is the same. How is this going to help? Yeah, it's the same. Hmm? It's doing its best, but it's not getting anywhere. Wait, unable to upload image? Why? going on? No, something is wrong. No, it's not coming up with a better solution. I don't know what it's trying to do. Angle diff. Can you reduce? No. What are you doing? What? Oh, that's interesting. Jesus Christ. What is going on? Oh my God. Who asked you to do this? Sharpen the randomness near critical points. Well, maybe it's a little better. Can you well, it's getting closer to 0, but not. Can you make the randomness change smoothly? With the angle difference. Oh, these eyes. Wait, so this is the change? No, it's not. It's like, this is ridiculous. Base probability squared. No, I doubt it. Oh my God, this is impossible. How can I remove all this garbage? Why do we need the diagnostic? Well, it's very close to 0, but it's not getting closer to 1. You've hit. You need to continue this because there is an attachment. Your limit resets. You hit. Okay, from the beginning.
All right, what do we got? The collapse of Israel, once unthinkable, is now not only possible, but imminent. After the Palestinian resistance exposed Israel's impenetrable security as all
Palestinian resistance. That's what a wild statement. Jesus Christ. My God.
After the Palestinian resistance exposed Israel's impenetrable security as all hype on October 7th of last year, Israel responded by carpet bombing Gaza and putting it under total siege, committing unspeakable war crimes in the process. And as they commit this genocide on one front, they are invading on another, taxing a weary occupation force that's already spread thin. This violent chaos is being fueled by a desperate expansionist ideology attempting to maintain a rusting iron grip on power and Palestine. But before we get to the video, we need to take a moment to thank our channel sponsor, Aura, a rare company willing to support principled content. And actually, it's a really important time to talk about them because hackers may have just stolen the social security numbers of every American. Over 2.9 billion records. These stolen records include a person's ID online. If you've never been the victim of a data breach before, let me tell you, it's not fun. That stuff is scary, as well as being very intrusive. If you weren't taking precautions, worry about it, because Aura protects me from this exact scenario. Aura alerts me if they find my phone number, email, or social $1 billion in identity theft, antivirus, and your data security. I really recommend you do this. Is going to collapse as a director has turned the entire world, with the notable exception of a handful of Western powers, against and simmering in the background for decades. But Israel is going to collapse as a direct consequence of their actions since. Okay, collapse to the video. Let's speak plainly. Israel is going to collapse as a direct consequence of their actions since October 7th. The genocide has been simmering in the background for decades, but Israel's fanatical bloodlust in the last year has turned the entire world, with the notable exception of a handful of Western powers, against them. We could see the cracks begin to form when Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu dissolved the war cabinet after Benny Gantz resigned in protest over the handling of the genocide. Gantz's departure left Netanyahu surrounded with ultra-nationalist yes-men, who are staunchly opposed to a ceasefire and instead favor creating Greater Israel. The resignation may not threaten Netanyahu's hold on power, but it has drastically divided Israeli society.
I think it's the opposite. The guy that resigned felt that Benjamin is not doing enough.
During a very tense and violent time. Adding to Netanyahu's troubles, Israel's largest labor union declared a general strike sparked by the regime's failure to meaningfully address the hostage situation in Gaza. The resulting strike shut down schools, businesses, and essential services throughout Israel.
That's like Friday. It's like every day. Israel is a socialist country. They're always shutting it down.
Unrelated to the strike, tens of thousands of citizens took to the streets demanding an end to all military operations and
yeah, that's weekly. That's all the time.
For Netanyahu to resign. The Israeli regime has become so.
That's all the time. That the half of the country hates him.
Desperate that they have ordered the conscription of ultra-Orthodox Jews, a group historically exempt from service.
That basically has nothing to do with anything. It's like this is complete conflation.
The armed forces are eager to replenish their dwindling ranks with some of the 63,000 ultra-Orthodox men now eligible and, let's say, strongly encouraged to serve. But Israel has always had a robust economy, so they'll be fine, right? Well, no. It actually looks pretty grim. Local institutions have already moved $40 billion to foreign accounts because it turns out genocide and starting regional wars creates instability.
Isn't the war addressing the hostage situation? No, the tanky talking point is Israel doesn't care about the hostages. They just want to murder Palestinians and using the hostages as a pretext for genociding Palestinians. Yeah, if they really wanted the hostages back, they could have gotten it back already, but because Netanyahu wants to use it, or bloodthirsty Zionists want to use it as an excuse for genocide, they'll never do that.
Who could have guessed? Right now, those in the know include major investment funds and insurance companies, who are currently the key drivers of this capital flight as they seek to avoid further exposure to the collapsing economy. And because missile attack insurance policy is extremely expensive. Other international investors, such as Denmark's pension fund, which manages...
Is that a real thing?
Missile attack insurance Israel? Insurance claims?
How much does missile attack insurance cost in Israel? I'm so curious.
What?
I have no idea. It was a joke. I mean, none of this history, none of the things I talked about was a joke.
Investment funds and insurance companies, who are currently the key drivers of this capital flight as they seek to avoid further exposure to the collapsing economy, and because missile
Collapsing economy? What?
attack insurance policy is extremely expensive. Other international
What?
investors, such as Denmark's pension fund, which manages 42
There's barely any damage. Was Israel damaged?
billion euros, divested from 4 Israeli banks financing illegal settlements. This was followed by Norway's KLP, selling its $69 million
Financing illegal settlements? What do you need to finance? The settlements are just homes.
stake in Caterpillar because of the company's role in aiding the genocide. The divestment movement is gaining traction internationally, further eroding Israel's economy. Israel's shekel has also been in continuous decline since the escalation of the ethnic cleansing campaign. Additionally, both Moody's and Fitch ratings
It has?
downgraded Israel's credit rating twice, causing Israel's borrowing costs to explode. Now the regime must balance financing
Explode? What?
genocide, war in Lebanon, and a floundering economy. Finally, the Central Bank of Israel has estimated that military spending will reach $70 billion by 2025, driving the country's debt-to-GDP ratio to 67%, which will require severe austerity measures to avoid financial crisis. They are financing their violence with a currency constantly losing value. You don't need to be an economist to realize this is completely unsustainable. The port of
First off, I think our debt-to-GDP is like 120%. Secondly, this chart doesn't even look that bad. Thirdly, why would you pay to the USD, which is like one of the strongest currencies right now?
Lach, Israel's Red Sea port and one of its most important trade logistics centers, declared bankruptcy after 8 months of inactivity following the Houthi blockade. 40,000 businesses have closed within Israel, and up to 60,000 are expected to have closed by the end of the year. These are numbers not seen since
Yeah.
the global economic shutdown following the COVID pandemic. And it isn't just money that's fleeing Israel. Israelis
Okay.
are too. Ironic, considering the often repeated line that Israel's the safest place for Jews. Even though everything they do actually makes them unsafe, and around the world makes them less safe. Safest place on earth for Jews, which is the most load-bearing excuse given for its existence. In 2023, Israel had a net migration loss of 55,300 people, according to data from the Population and Immigration Authority. They go on to say that current data indicates the total will be near 70,000 for 2024, probably because people don't want intermittent showers of Iranian missiles in their weather reports. Jokes in poor taste aside, some viewers may not be aware that of the people that have immigrated to Israel since the Nakba in 1948, 43% of them, 1.4 million people, arrived after 1990. This means that over 15% of Israelis have some clear and living connection to another, likely safer country.
Remember, Jews never belong there. There's always a reason why Jews don't belong. That's like one of the most important things to say.
And that's not all. Many of these settlers have had children born in Israel who also have, via their parents, citizenship rights and claims in their parents' nation of origin, adding hundreds of thousands of people to that total. A huge means that over 1.4 Israel's.
I also love the countries chosen here and the time span chosen. Like,
since the Nakba in 1948, 43% of them, 1.4 million people, arrived after 1990.
So we've got the fall of the Soviet Union, okay, which saw a reshuffling of lots of different types of things, right? There were a lot of Jews that lived in parts of Russia that didn't like it. The 100 years earlier than this, they fled from Russia. And you got like the Ukraine war that's going on right now. I love that that's just such a nice.
Be aware. This means that over 15% of Israelis have some clear and living connection to another, likely safer country. And that's not all. Many of these settlers have had children born in Israel who also have, via their parents, citizenship rights and claims in their parents' nation of origin, adding hundreds of thousands of people to that total. A huge portion of the population that has the option to leave. And it seems like they are. Poll data released in July shows that more flight is highly likely since a full quarter of Israelis, that's 2.3 million people, would immediately, since a full
quarter of Jewish Israelis, 40% of Arab Israelis contemplate emigration.
Full quarter of Israelis, that's 2.3 million people, would immediately, since a full quarter of Israelis, that's 2.3 million people, would immediately emigrate if given a quote.
Why do people care about Jews?
Practical opportunity to do so. Based on this data, we can reasonably assume a plurality, if not most, of that 2.3 million includes plenty of this 15% and their children.
Okay.
It would appear that settlers don't like dealing with the consequences of their actions. Israelis are having to abandon their ethno-state as a direct result of its fascist and
What do you mean ethno-state? Israel is not an ethno-state. It's a religious state.
Genocidal behavior.
True.
On October 7th, the PRF exposed the massive holes in Israel's expensive and supposedly impenetrable defense apparatus, making a mockery of the racist and violent infrastructure. The shockwaves from this unprecedented success forced the unprepared Israeli regime to establish buffer zones in Gaza, a desperate attempt to prevent similar failures in the future. Up north near the Lebanese border, over 100,000 settlers fled their illegal settlements with the IOF assisting their evacuation. This has effectively created another buffer zone, but within its own colonial borders. The first time such defensive measures have been implemented. The colonial regime is unable to guarantee settlers' safety due to Hezbollah.
I'm pretty sure Jews always flee from the buffer zones whenever there's like wars and shit going on, but okay.
Targeting military installations such as Iron Dome batteries located in and around those settlements. Israeli military leaders have since been forced to admit the severe limitations of the Iron Dome. An IOF retreat of this magnitude hasn't been seen in the north of the colony since the Yom Kippur War. The resistance's growing capabilities have repeatedly overwhelmed Israel's paper tiger defenses. After suffering heavy losses and repeated failures on the ground, the IOF has been forced to abandon their familiar tactics both in Gaza and against Hezbollah.
What is IOF? Oh, Israel Offense Force? Oh my God.
For now, we'll focus on the latter. Hezbollah's tunnel network and
I wish Israel just took over the Middle East. That would be so amazing.
fortified positions are proving that Israel's ground strategy is a
I mean, Israel had a clear chance to take over Syria yesterday, and it didn't. They should have immediately taken over Syria. What is even the question? Just take it over. Done.
disaster, which is also true in Gaza, where similar tactics have proven too much for the IOF. So now they're replacing ground troops with more indiscriminate air.
That's what I would have done. Take over Syria. Syria's gone. Done. Good. Good riddance. It's ours. Military bases, settlements, the whole 9 yards. Start executing enemies, anyone. You either salute to the flag or you get a bullet between your eyes or you can leave. one of the two options.
Airstrikes, desperately hoping to regain some control. Unfortunately, the Israeli Air Force has been unable to hit meaningful military targets like rocket launchers, perhaps something to do with their preference for targeting civilian populations. This mirrors Gaza's situation, as Israel's airstrikes
The IOF stands for the Israeli Defense Force, which is the name of their military. Some people like this guy called the IOF, which is the Israeli Occupation Force.
have failed to stop rocket
Occupation Force.
fire from Gaza's resistance forces. In short, Israel's reliance on ultimately ineffective air power is a sign of desperation. Another typical tactic, at least for the IOF, is the use of corridors, in particular the Netzarim and Philadelphia corridors, which have become critical for Israeli troops to get in and out of direct conflict zones while still maintaining significant presence. These corridors basically function as forts, heavily fortified routes enabling movement of troops and supplies without exposing them to the bold and effective Palestinian resistance. The Philadelphia corridor on the Gaza-Egyptian border is a more aggressive, hands-on way of enforcing a blockade on Gaza and hermetically sealing it off from the outside world. The Netzarim corridor serves a different purpose, allowing for the movement.
I mean, obviously, Israel should never have left Gaza. Gaza is such an issue, but there is Arabs in every other place in Israel. The only place where the Israelis have a problem with the Arabs is where the Israelis left Gaza. So 1 + 1 = 2. Just go back to Gaza, reconquer it. Done.
Of troops and supplies in and out of Gaza. They also use it to carry.
Apparently, Arabs cannot live unless they are under the boot of Jews. Otherwise, they lose their minds and they start attacking. So, no, the Arabs are not leaving the Jews any choices. The Jews have to conquer the Arab lands. Fine, done.
Carry out raids and other terrorist attacks, after which they return to the safety of the corridor. These corridors are utilized because Israel doesn't have enough active duty troops at any one time to maintain control of Gaza the way a conventional military would. Of course, another part of this is their over-reliance on airstrikes. Even Israel doesn't want to blow up too many of its own. But the weakness of Israel's military goes far deeper. Their reputation for being an absolutely dominant force in the region is a fantasy. In reality, Israeli soldiers have...
How does he explain the fact that Israel even exists? Usually the Arab cope is that the United States and the British were secretly helping like, the Six-Day War. But what is the cope?
Have been remarkably ineffective, as evidenced by the continued presence of the PRF forces in Gaza in places claimed to have been cleared. The visible cracks in the Iron Dome in the north.
Does anybody refer to that as the Palestinian Resistance Force? I've never heard that in my life. I mean, is that what is this? What is PR? What is Palestinian Resistance Force? Can somebody show me anywhere where this has ever been a thing? I've never heard this before. He's like inventing new acronyms. Wait, August, what's happening? Hold on.
Are just as evident in Gaza, where it has struggled to handle the frequent barrages of rockets from the PRF. Now, critical infrastructure and Israeli citizens are more exposed than ever.
PRF, Palestinian Resistance Force?
It would appear that the Iron Dome is beginning to...
Why doesn't he just call them Hamas? That's what they call it. That's how they identify.
Buckle under an increasing number of rocket and missile salvos. On the ground, the IOF has faced even harsher realities. Urban warfare in Gaza has proven catastrophic, with entire units suffering near total losses.
Holy shit.
PRF have used tunnels, dense urban environments.
He's making shit numbers. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, there's such things as the Palestinian Resistance Forces. You've got Hamas, you've got Palestinian Jihad, and then you've got the military arms of both, which are the Al-Qassam brigades and the Al-Quds brigades. And then there are other smaller forces as well. I've never Palestinian Resistance Forces. I've never heard this. I'm pretty sure he made that acronym up for this video. I've never seen that written anywhere, ever in my entire life. I've never seen that acronym before. Because he doesn't want to use Hamas or use any of the loaded words.
And fortified positions to neutralize Israeli ground assaults, forcing the IOF to fighting conditions that negate much of their technological edge. Even Israel's overwhelming air power has failed to weaken the Palestinian resistance forces. Leaving Israel's military squelming air power has failed to weaken the Palestinian resistance forces, leaving Israel's military scrambling for solutions. In fact, their own carpet bombing has made it hard for troops and equipment to maneuver and navigate. The IOF coined the term devastated terrain warfare, and are now having to train their soldiers how to fight in the mess they caused. As evidenced by countless resistance highlight reels, they're not doing a good job. Speaking of messes caused by the IOF, let's talk about their mounting casualties. The best data currently available puts it at more than 1,200 soldiers killed and over 5,000 injured. Numbers unseen since the Yom Kippur War. These numbers are out of date, especially with the invasion of Lebanon, but reliable information about the IOF's casualties is hard to come by, since they often lie or don't even report the numbers.
The projection.
In addition to the large number of casualties, the IOF has been bleeding equipment too, and the scale is staggering. 41 tanks, including the much-touted Merkava models, have been destroyed, damaged, or captured. 160 armored vehicles destroyed or disabled. 24 troop carriers were captured on October 7th alone. 17 drones have been lost.
Wait, what is this? Is that true? I don't remember videos of them driving back troop carriers. Did this happen? I just missed it? IOF stands, yeah, he calls the IDF the IOF, the Israeli Occupation Force, yes.
Were captured on October 7th alone. 17 drones have been lost, 7 destroyed, 2 damaged, and 8 captured. 66 multiple rocket launchers have been either destroyed or captured, leaving Israel increasingly vulnerable. And these numbers are the, quote, official ones, meaning very likely a severe undercount. Cross-referencing battle footage, leaked information about vehicle repair, testimony from Israeli hospitals, and so on indicates that every...
What the fuck is this video? This is Second Thought. He's a tanky. This is the guy who got, who ended up leaving the Nebula with a bunch of others. He's the guy that was in that video with the Hassan on that podcast that Hassan loves, the tanky one where they talk about settler babies. This is the guy that made up that term, settler babies or whatever.
Settler baby, Second Thought. Oh, his name is Second Thought.
This is the first time we've had such a no. We're up to like 150.
Hey, nice. Howdy, everybody. I think
Very
that's
nice.
nice yet.
I hate all of you mother. No, Hassan made up the term. He just said all Israelis. I thought that Second Thought wasn't he asked about children explicitly? I thought Second Thought also said that. No?
I understand. And there are...
I know it's not repeated, but I thought he got it from there. Does anybody have this original streamable for this? I think it's like 2 or 3 minutes.
Without getting bleeped or getting the string taken down. So I'm gonna what's it called? Mind my words a little bit. TLDR basically a unexpected operation from a united front of sorts from Gaza that has launched out into the neighboring areas.
Wait, Halsey's live again?
So help me God. Thank
Yeah.
Texas that they could probably get other states to recognize, but they would do it on a basis, I would assume, that it has a different value than $1. Into the hostel in New York City where he stayed, they also recovered a...
We therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, do and with the authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are to all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political under protection.
I'm back, bitches. No, the rain stopped and they're starting up again, so the noise makes me crazy. I'm not going to do a serious stream if I'm going to be interrupted by all this noise. As you guys can see, I'm easily distracted on this beautiful day. But let's see what else we got going on. So they got a person of interest in the CEO shooting, the United Healthcare CEO shooting in New York. Supposedly they caught this kid. Someone at McDonald's recognized him. It's an Italian kid named Luigi Mangione. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Let's see. It says that the McDonald's employee recognized him. He was found with a New Jersey ID, fake ID, that was used to check into the hostel in New York City where he stayed. They also recovered a handwritten document that speaks to both his motivation and mindset. He's in Altoona, Pennsylvania right now. New York Police Department detectives are on their way there to interview him. He has no prior arrest history. He was born and raised in Maryland, has ties to San Francisco, California, with his last known address in Honolulu, Hawaii, according to Kenny. Sorry, I'm reading it. Luigi Mangione, not Chuck Mangione, but I don't know. I have no reason to believe it's not the same kid. I mean, why wouldn't it be? Who even knows these days? But I honestly don't know. It'll be interesting to see what comes out. As I said, I have a feeling they're going to find out that this kid either knew somebody or had a family member that was fucked over by United Healthcare, and that's why he did it, or it was a sanction. It was like a hit, or someone paid him to do it. Of course, he's going to have mountains of leftists coming to him, claiming they love him and that he's such a genius and he's so stunning and brave that he did this. Oh, Marty, come on, man. No, as I said, I'm just going to be bullshitting around for the next half hour or so. So I'm going to just scroll through Twitter with you guys and see what kind of news we can come up with. Halsey, I think Peru is the country most similar to Israel. My fiance is Peruvian, so we are spending the holidays down here in Lima. Lima is a lot like Tel Aviv. Cusco is a lot like their Jerusalem. It's probably the most socially conservative Latin American country. It's mystical like Israel. They even had a Jewish president. Hey, it's really possible. I've never been to Peru. I don't know much about it. South America has never been something that I've like studied wholeheartedly. I've only kind of tertiarily studied it, so I'm not sure if I know much about it. But that being said, sorry, I'm just realizing camera's a little off. So I apologize, but again, I don't know if much about it, but I mean, it probably is somewhat like Israel. The difference with Israel and most other countries is the precedent of a people who have kind of worshipped Israel or the land of Israel for so many centuries. Like there's a historical precedent going back. Can Texas actually fix their currency with a gold standard? It's been going on for years, but recently they've been trying to propose bills for it. I couldn't believe that they could, because how are you going to have one state have a different currency than the rest of the country? I don't think it's possible. I mean, it's always. I mean, I guess people can always get creative and try. I mean, they could have some kind of Texas bucks that are recognized in Texas that they could probably get other states to recognize, but they would do it on a basis, I would assume, that it has a different value than $1. So it would be more like a gift card, and it would be dependent if they wanted to use like a central bank digital currency. They're like that's separate from the Federal Reserve. It's a very Catholic country, but everything shuts down on the holidays, just like Israel. Other places, I look, as I said, I wouldn't doubt it. I just haven't seen it for myself. Latin American countries are very odd. They're either very, very pro-Israel or they're very anti-Israel, and it usually depends what type of government they have in place at the time. The right-wing, more libertarian governments all tend to be very pro-Israel, and the left-wing communists tend to be very anti-Israel. So I don't know how all of them fall down. Like I know, what was it, Brazil? When they had I'm never gonna remember his name, but they had a guy that they're just charging right now. I think the new guy's name is Lula or something like that. The new guy is charging the old guy with a whole bunch of election crimes. It's bullshit, but they were very pro-Israel when Lula was out of power, but now they're very anti-Israel because the communist is in power. And I think you're going to see that generally throughout the world. So I still make cheap Chinese things. I'm not paying $500 for any glasses when in China they cost me $50. Yeah, like again, everybody always says they're willing to pay higher prices in order to bring manufacturing back here or to cut our dependence on China. The question is, and that's always the question that no one can answer. The reason why shit is so cheap when you bring it in from China is because the cost of labor are nothing. So if you had to pay American wages, union dues, all the things that Americans would have to do to open manufacturing plants here, are we talking about a rise in a $50 product costing $60, or are we talking about a $50 product costing $500? And no one can actually answer that question. And the other issue is that we keep talking about tariffs and different things that we want to do to encourage American manufacturing. But the issue is that what are we going to do to cut costs for Americans if we're going to take that leap? Like, are we talking about that for every dollar raised by tariffs, we're going to reduce the income tax? That could be something plausible. The only problem is that 50% of the country, or 51% of the country, doesn't pay any income tax. They get more back from the government than they put in. So I'm not really all that sure that that's really something the government would actually do. They would institute tariffs as a way to punish China for manufacturing, but it won't make it worth it to bring manufacturing back here because the prices would be so insane. They also know that a tariff instituted by either a president or even by Congress could be overturned. So people are not going to wager hundreds of millions of dollars building building new plants and hiring workers and making long-term plans if that tariff can just go the way of the dodo in 4 years, and then what? Or if it even goes the way of the dodo quicker, and then what? Then they're stuck with a plant that's uncompetitive. They have to fire all their workers, and they're out all that money. I just can't. So I haven't been following baseball that closely, but I did see $765 million that the Mets are going to pay Juan Soto for a 15-year contract. That's insane. But you know what? Baseball contracts have been insane for a long time now. So I can't imagine. Like, I bet you that it has like the same type of thing that Alex Rodriguez has when he signed that mega deal with the Yankees. That after a certain amount of time, either they can opt out or the player can opt out, and they're probably different years. Because they probably have no intention of actually paying him that much over a 15-year contract. They probably figure they'll pay him up until they can trade him or cut him in something like that. But you just never know.
You just never know, honestly. But as I said, baseball contracts have been ridiculous for a long time now because there is no salary cap. There's only a luxury tax that they have to pay if they what's it called? If they go over the amount per year. It's a couple $100 million or so. It's a lot of money. So it's not really an effective deterrent from the better teams buying the better players. But I don't know. I've always enjoyed baseball, and I still enjoy watching when the Yankees do well. But I don't follow it enough to know enough about it. I know with football, the way they get around the salary cap is they give a signing bonus, so it's money up front, and that person can get $30 million up front, but then only $1 million a year or something like that. So $51 million per year, that's ridiculous to play baseball, But foreign producers should pay for the right to access the American consumer because their goods sell for less in other countries. It's not just that. The other countries, and this is as much of an indictment of Americans as it is a praise of them. Americans buy a lot of stupid shit that they don't buy in other countries. Like we buy knickknacks and retarded stuff that you see on TV and all that. Like most countries, if they do buy that kind of shit, they do it on a much smaller basis, and it's more like the 50-cent crap that you'll just see that's a cool gag. But Americans are true consumers. Like they buy more shit than you can imagine. So apologize, nicotine patch or nicotine thing. The Zyn. I love these things, man. They are so much better than vaping, and they're so much better than smoking. Now I only smoke 2 cigarettes a day, and don't have to worry about all the rest of the shit. But again, there should be some kind of tariff to access the American market always for all products, unless no, I'm not even going to say unless. That just should be the way it is. But at the same time, most products come into this country innocuously. Like they'll start by having one manufacturer that manufactures the CMS, and there'll still be like 20 manufacturers in either other countries or here that manufacture it. But over time, they just add to their market share because because it's just so much cheaper to produce there. And when it gets to the point that they have the dominant market share, then everybody just starts buying them more. So it's not obvious that that's really an option to make a payment of access to the market, because you're also putting them in some position of power if it's if they're accessing the American market and we're giving them extra money and we're charging them money to access the American market, if they hold a dominant market share, we're putting them in a position where they can just stop manufacturing and we can't pick up the slack, and neither can other countries, and then we see shortages, and we don't want to see shortages of things that we would consider necessary, like Tylenol and like things like that. James Goldsmith made a point about tariffs in the early 90s. Go back and watch the interviews. He was very pathetic about how global homo would screw America and said America should be tariffed. Yeah, I agree that I don't have a problem with tariffs. I have a problem with just doing it willy-nilly on the hope that it's going to reinvigorate American manufacturing. I think that a thorough analysis and I think a thorough reckoning should be done if tariffs are implemented, what the end results of them are and what the pain at the cash register is for Americans. Yeah, but you know what? American cars aren't exported to Europe and to China because very few people want them. They don't meet fuel efficiency standards, they don't meet emission standards, and they're also just not that good cars. Like we like them. We like the SUVs and all that, but a lot of foreign manufacturers, a lot of foreign countries don't. So it's not a question of they don't have enough, like or they're not importing enough. It's a question there's not enough of a market for it. Of course, and foods, it's like the same thing with any welfare. Once the government starts collecting money and redistributing it, you have a problem. Like I'll tell you, when I was in Israel, if you saw a car that was bigger than like a Ford Escort or something like that, or some other tiny little car like a Honda Civic, it would be shocking. Most of the cars were tiny. It's not just that they're more environmentally conscious or anything like that. Gas costs a lot of money in other countries. It's not even close to as cheap as it is here. When we did the conversion in Israel, it was like about $8 a gallon. When I was there, I'm sure it's more expensive now. So you wouldn't want a car that was going to guzzle gas, or because it's not a luxury most people can afford. And even when they do get SUVs, they're not as big. And if they are as big, they have much smaller engines, so they don't have the pickup and all that. Mom and pop stores would be great. The problem is that mom and pop stores can't compete with Walmart and they can't compete with Target and Costco. That's just the reality of it. Like all the people that talk about wanting mom and pop stores back, when Walmart comes to town, they're the first ones in line to go there. Because if you're going to a hardware store and a screw costs $4 at a mom and pop store, and Walmart costs 4 cents, you're going to go to Walmart regardless of how much you want to support the mom and pop store. Also, with places like Walmart and Costco and all that, if you need a screw at Home Depot, you go there, you buy it, right? A lot of mom and pop stores won't stock all the stuff you need. So, when you go there, they'll tell you, oh, I don't have it, I have to order it. And then you don't get to finish whatever job you're working on that day or have that instant gratification. Plus, you have to make time to make another trip to the store. I have no problem with mom and pop stores. In fact, I'm very shocked that no one has done this yet. But I'm surprised they don't have mom and pop stores where they stock everything, but not stocks of it. So you can go there, make sure it's what you want, make sure it works with what you need. And then they basically order it from Amazon just direct. And it comes right to your house. Like you don't walk out of the store with it unless it's some kind of really popular product that they have. But I've been shocked that they don't do this for a long time. Same thing with books. I'm really shocked they don't have stores that just print them on the spot. You can get high-speed printers, but they say places like Best Buy, but that's why they're going out of business. Because people go there, they sample what they want, and then when all said and done, they go home and order it on Amazon. They just note of the part that they want, or the CD that they want. So they're not actually buying there; they're just going there to see what they want. So they don't have to go to the hassle of returning it. But I would think that there's some kind of model where you can go sample what you want, and then when all said and done, still walk out of the store knowing it's on its way to your house. Like I would think that there would be a market for that, but no one's done it yet. So maybe there isn't. I would think there would be more places like that. You wouldn't need much space. You wouldn't need to stock tons of crap. You wouldn't need to worry about something was in or not. You're going in knowing that they probably don't have it, but that you're supporting the local economy. You're able to get the help because the person's knowledgeable in what they're selling. You're able to sample it and do all of that. I would think that would be a model that people wanted to try, but it doesn't seem to be doing it. You create millions of jobs by mom and pop stores. You can compete on price. Walmart is too big to compete. Same goes for all those private. I agree. Here's the thing. I don't know that the issue with mom and pop stores is anything but the price. And the thing is, Walmart is able to secure those prices through government intervention. So I don't know why. If I had a mom and pop store and I wanted to compete with Walmart on price, right, I would have the ability to get those things and just offer delivery. So if someone came to me and I didn't have a product, I would say it's like the auto parts stores where you call them and they send someone out to deliver it, or things like that. I mean, there's got to be more creative ways to bring back mom and pop stores that aren't just them buying shit from a distributor. Because when they do that, they're unable to compete with Walmart because Walmart goes direct to the source. So even if you're buying from the same distributor as Walmart, they're already packing on their price to it when it comes into the country, whereas Walmart is not. So again, I don't know what the answer is. Is the answer that mom and pop stores can collectively buy? That you can join like a group of 50 stores that are all ordering enough to make the price break worth it? I don't know. I don't know the answer to all of this because people have been trying to figure out how to bring back mom and pop stores, for decades now, and it's just not working. So, and yes, a Walmart coming to town will absolutely decimate local mom and pop stores. It's just the way that it is. But I agree that the status quo can't hold because a big problem that we have is that a lot of the shit that you buy at Walmart is not something you need a knowledgeable salesperson to give you. Like if you're going to buy a screw, there's a decent chance you know what screw you're looking for at this point. So it's not like you need to go to a hardware store and say, this is broken, I need a screw that'll fix this. Oh, let me look up the part. This is what you need. It's more a question of you just have to go there and whether they have it or not. Or even now, you don't even have to go to the Walmart. You can just order from Walmart.com and then just say in-store pickup and it's there waiting for you. You don't even have to stand in line at a cash register. So I don't know what the answer is. It has to be some kind of combination between technology and distribution that makes it so that mom and pop stores can compete with the Costco's and the Walmarts and the places like that. Because there's just no way that it can be a competition just on price. They will not be able to. They'll never be able to. Excuse me. They'll never be able to compete with Walmart on price. And as I said, product knowledge is not something that people need to have from a mom and pop store at this point. Like it used to be that if you went into a mom and pop store, I just keep using hardware because it's easy. They would know what you needed and they could walk you through it and they could make calls or they could do whatever it was to make sure you got exactly what you needed before you left. And you were supporting the local economy, which everybody liked. They were able to give charitable donations to local charities. It was a win-win for everybody. But once Walmart comes to town and they're just able to stock everything so that and we have the internet at home. So when I need a screw for something, I look up what the screw is that I need if I don't know it off the top of my head. I find out exactly what I'm looking for and I go to Home Depot. There's no reason for me to go to a mom and pop store other than I wanted to. Of course Amazon getting into the pharmacy. They're going to get into every business that they possibly can because their methods of growth are endless. They started out basically just with books and they've just been growing and growing ever since. What can you do to stop that? Nothing. They're just going to keep doing it. So if they're just going to keep doing it, then what can you really do to stop them? So also, guys, I wanted to ask your opinion on this. I've already asked Tom, I've already asked Sammy, I've already asked TFM, I've already asked Kato, Colin Liddell, and a few others to come on the show. What other topics would you like to see us address that I can get some guests on that could be interesting? And what kind of guests do you think I should be looking for? I'm always happy to have names dropped on my YouTube comments or on Twitter or anything else. If there's anybody in the audience that wants to come on for like a panel or something like that. It is unsustainable to rely on ordering online, but remember, we've always been able to overcome the high energy costs. I mean, the day is coming where they're going to start sending drones to your house. I know they already tried a couple places, it didn't work. Drones just keep getting better. So we're going to get there. I would love to have more Red Pill creators on, but I don't know really good ones that I don't want to bring on to. If I could get the Hawk Girl on, I would in a second, but I have a feeling that even if she is going to keep staying in the public, I have a very strong feeling it's not going to be on my show. Not unless I get a lot bigger. So spread the word, guys, Mormons. I don't want to get people on that I can't bring on and just want to make fun of the whole time. Like that, it's rude, and I don't want to get the reputation as a guy who does that invites guests sincerely on just so I can make fun of them. Like, that's the problem with a lot of Red Pill creators is I don't want to get someone on who's going to then start talking like seminars on how the alpha or like some kind of pheromone soap or some kind of bullshit like that. Devin Stack, I think if I'm not mistaken, like Black Pill something. He's a JQ guy, and I bet you money he wouldn't come on here. He's too much of a pussy to actually argue the stupid shit that he says. You know what? Actually, I can talk to Sammy about it. She knows a lot about globalization. We've had some pretty deep discussions about it. So I'll run by her. I can't smoke cigars while I'm broadcasting. I promised everybody in the house I wouldn't smoke in my broadcast space, so I'd have to go outside. I've been talking to Andrew for a while. We're going back and forth, so hopefully I'll have him on soon. I have a couple Asians I can invite on, but for what? To talk about Asia? I could also reach out to Coltrane again, probably, or at least you guys can. I had him on once and I enjoyed it, so I'd like to have him back on. As I said, keep it coming. I don't know Thinking A's. If you guys do know him, reach out to him. Okay, guys, half hour up. I gotta run again. I will be back tonight for sure, either doing the Syria thing or we're just gonna have a bullshit stream. So let me know. Okay, we'll talk soon.
Fellow Americans, tonight I'm speaking to you because
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to.
Which of course is possible. Well, further around more simple with taxes and Israel. And they made a way. They made a president out of the way. So live, not be watching. This is the first time. We're up to 150.
Hey, nice. Howdy, everybody. Very nice.
I hate all of them. I came over here to get Iraqi, I guess.
Hey, look. It's okay.
That's why. Yeah, hey, son.
Hey, well, that makes sense. Hamid Zaman since Pakistan, actually all fake news. I don't care.
The occupiers are not civilians. That's what it means. Like, imagine if Germany, let's say Germany, because it's non-controversial, invaded the United States. They said, you know what? Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. And there are no civilians there in the illegal military occupation.
Was this? Oh, okay, that was the story. He said there are no civilians in the illegal military. And then, so then Ethan clarifies to them with babies, and then Hassan expands on that point. There being no civilians. Okay. Also, remember, I just want to reiterate this. He said it here. Always remember this. When people say, I don't like just like military ones, or people involved in like military projects. There are no civilians in Israel. There are no civilians. All of them are occupiers. All of them are part of the military. All of them need to be. That's when they say that, they're playing a trick on you. They're like, no. We don't like innocent civilians. No civilians. They don't view them as being any civilians in Israel. About vehicle repair, testimony from Israeli hospitals, and so on indicates that everything from the number of Israeli soldiers dead and injured to the second thought. Although you YouTube channel. Quote, official ones, meaning very likely a severe undercount. Cross-referencing battle footage, leaked information about vehicle repair, testimony from Israeli hospitals, and so on indicates that everything from the number of Israeli soldiers dead and injured to destroyed or damaged equipment is several times higher. Additionally, Israel's highly prized surveillance infrastructure has been laid to waste. Resistance forces have damaged or destroyed observation balloons and surveillance towers, which will limit Israel's ability to gather intelligence. Hezbollah has also struck critical blows against Israel's crumbling military. The group has worked swiftly to improve their tactics and weaponry to counter Israel and prepare for
Unbelievable. How do these people live? I mean, they want to falsify. That's how Syria fell, because they really believe their own lies.
invasion they knew would come, and now has. They've been fighting in solidarity with the PRF since October 8th, but only really pulled off the kid gloves in recent weeks. In the process, Hezbollah have shown off their updated capabilities and new weapons that can fly farther, hit harder, and do so with a level of precision that has left Israel scrambling. In fact, John Elmer over at the Electronic Intifada has been documenting some pretty incredible successes, such as a drone being sent to take out a jammer meant to make the very drone used for this mission inoperable and drop out of the sky. It should be noted that this drone was a so-called suicide drone, which means Hezbollah was able to stream video footage back to the base. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seeing this, as Israel certainly wouldn't report the humiliation. Speaking of drones, their improvements and sophistication don't stop there. Besides the one that targets jammers, their drones have successfully targeted other critical Israeli military infrastructure as well, including radar systems, Iron Dome batteries, and communication hubs. On the ground, Hezbollah has been outmaneuvering Israeli forces, inflicting high casualties and halting the IOF at every encounter. Fighters operate from fortified bunkers and fire well-hidden mobile missile launchers that Israel, with all its gadgets and gizmos, cannot find or destroy. This allows Hezbollah to maintain a steady barrage of rocket attacks, striking deep into Israeli territory and overwhelming its defense systems. While Israel is increasingly outmatched on its active battlefronts in Gaza, the West Bank, and Lebanon,
Is he not going to mention the phone incident? I doubt it. I don't know how you ever spin that. Unless he mentions it in lies about the casualty numbers.
Ansar Allah, commonly referred to as the Houthis, operating from Yemen, have, with remarkable success, disrupted trade routes in both the Red Sea and the Mediterranean by targeting ships bound for, doing business with, or otherwise associated with Israel. This includes ally shipping like that of the US. And even though Israel will never admit it, this has had a severe effect on its already flailing economy. Ansar Allah also claims to possess missiles capable of hypersonic speeds, a claim which has yet to be verified. But what is undeniable is, hypersonic or not, they have proven to be a serious threat to Israel. One of their Palestine 2 missiles was launched successfully into Israel and impacted near Ben Gurion Airport some 2,000 kilometers away. This marked the first time the group has successfully struck Israel. The strike demonstrates that not only is Israel not safe from Iranian missiles, they can't even rely.
Why don't Israeli citizens fire rockets nilly-willy at Iran, at the Houthis? Just, I mean, because the Israeli government is not going to do it. So Israeli citizens should just start doing it. But the government is probably going to come down hard on them.
Reliably defend against a desperately underfunded group of resistance fighters from.
Wait, when he said did he say 2,400 kilometers? Oh, that was the range that it fired, right?
Not deniable is, hypersonic or not, they successfully into Israel and impacted near Ben Gurion Airport some 2,000 kilometers away.
From Yemen. When they say it's impacted near, the Iron Dome doesn't intercept missiles that aren't going to actually hit any civilian stuff, right? A lot of Israel is empty, boring desert. So if it's going to go into a no man's land, or not a no man's land, like it's nowhere, whatever, then they don't bother intercepting it. It's like crash.
This marked the first time the group has successfully struck Israel. The strike demonstrates that not only is Israel not safe from Iranian missiles, they can't even reliably defend against a desperately underfunded group of resistance fighters from one of the poorest nations on Earth. This marks the opening of yet another front.
Oh, he has YouTube Premium.
Israel needs to monitor, taxing their strained resources even further. Israel's invasion of Lebanon is just the beginning of the expansionist ambitions of.
It's so funny because like ultra-Zionist and like ultra-autistic Palestinian propaganda like kind of mirror each other. Like they need each other's fear-mongering to survive. Like if you talk to the crazy ultra-Zionists in Israel, they say all of this. Our military's getting 7 fronts, the 7 fronts. We're getting hit from both sides. Everybody's like it's crazy. And then the crazy pro-Palestinians will say some like yeah, we're taking it out. We're blowing all this. Yeah, can't even land us. It's just funny to see the two sides of the same coin on the siege.
The Greater Israel Project, aka Lebensraum. In short, it's the belief that Israel's borders should extend from the Sinai to the Euphrates. This latest invasion follows 2 Israeli terrorist attacks on Lebanon, which resulted in at least 42 deaths and over 3,500 injuries, as well as the assassination of Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah. Since Israel is unable to achieve meaningful strategic or even tactical victories, it relies on bombing civilian centers as punishment, as well as messy assassinations of leaders. These killings target organizations born out of earlier guerrilla struggles against Israel, and despite Israeli assassinations going back decades, these groups have only gotten more competent, more experienced, and more dangerous forces. In one town along 2 kilometers of the Lebanese border, Hezbollah fighters successfully repelled Israeli infantry after an intense hour-long battle.
How can you say that the Iron Dome barely does anything? Pretty much no damage has been done to Israel. This is a claim that there's a researcher called Postal, Postol, and another guy who works with him. It's debunked now research that Finkelstein also widely promotes. The idea is basically just that the Iron Dome doesn't do anything. The rockets that are launched from Hamas are wildly ineffective, and Israel inflates how competent they are with the Iron Dome to make this look better. They actually suck. It's all talking points.
They were able to destroy 3 Merkava tanks with rockets as Israeli forces tried to advance towards the town. The IOF later attempted.
You wouldn't consider yourself an ultra-Zionist since many of your points are identical to Ben Gurion? I don't think that's true, but okay, dude.
Tanks with rockets as Israeli forces tried to advance towards the town.
How do they justify the IDF is weak actually and the IDF is killing points at the same time? Aren't those opposing views? No, they just said, well, the IDF can't fight real military, they're just going to genocide civilians over and over again, basically.
Hezbollah fighters successfully repelled Israeli infantry.
Isn't 1 minus the cosine? Maximum randomness at 90, 270? Why 270? Minimum at 0, 180, 360? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, oh, that's good. No, this doesn't match the data. At 45, it should be 15%. But this means we can reshape the data. What if we just did the sign? Let me get rid of this. This doesn't help anymore. Interesting. One minus the weight? So it's possible to reshape So it's possible to reshape it. So just reshape it to whatever shape you want. So just tell Chat GPT that, trace the red line. Create a function that traces the red line. That's it. No, it doesn't let me. But that's basically what we should tell it. Like, change the weight of the randomness so that we trace the red line, and that's it. I can just tell it. I should just have these. Yeah, it should just, play with the randomness so that you trace the red line. I wonder if I could do that. That would be awesome if I could do that. That's it. That would resolve everything. The weight is 1 minus the cosine. And then you multiply it by 1 minus the weight. Mm-hmm. I wish I could just pay ChatGPT, but I don't want to have my credit card anywhere in this account. I don't want to have any potential doxing. What time is it? I'm a little bit hungry. Yeah, I'll go eat something. Can I tell Gemini it doesn't take pictures. I would remove everything else. Maybe after I'll come back. Okay, let's stop here. All right, bye-bye.